Hey there, hi there, everybody. Happy weekend. What's up, Baishtar, Crab Crovey, Lusura, Worst Nub Ever, Gimp Pack, Mr. Calculust. Seems like it was a week of tough runs, definitely. Yeah, that Clad run still has me scratching my head about how it was even possible to win. It really feels like the building some kind of dropkick infinite really was the only acceptable option that we saw. How's it going, Psycho Hobo? Amber Autumn Faybrook, good morning to you. Storm, Firetron, and everybody else, all my lovely lurker crew. And Booglement says, managed to beat the Heart on Silent after going to 2 health in Champ yesterday. That's well done. Sometimes a Spire run just needs to get past one really tough boss fight, and it becomes a lot easier. I've definitely had runs that almost died to Champ, and then were very easy through Act 3. That's actually our most recent rotating Silent run was like that, where we had to rest to get a Blade Dance, and then upgrade the Blade Dance, and then drink a Strength Potion just to kill Champ. But then after Champ, everything was really easy, because suddenly I had Nightmare Wraithform Snecko Eye. Sometimes it just comes together real fast. Alright, chat. Today we're jumping back into Pyre here. I want to finish or at least get very close to finishing. I think we have 1 or 2 sessions left of this game, at least based on its own descripting. The stars are fading in Pyre. How's it going, Pink Panther? Thanks for the Prime sub and the 14 months of support. It's good to be back here in Pyre. Last time we played, our benefactor, Voltred Sandalwood, decided to join the rites personally, donning the mask of a sap and participating on the team of the Nightwings. He also told us that we have a limited number of chances now to free people before, I guess, we reach some kind of conclusion. And I'm guessing that means we're getting close to the end of the game here, which I am eagerly awaiting, actually. So we've done 3 liberation rites so far. We've freed Ruki, we freed Hedwyn, and we freed Tizo. As we load into our campaign here, we've been called to the 4th liberation rite, where another will be chosen to go free. So that's where we're headed to. We're headed to the Fall of Solium, the Great Mountain, where one member of the winning sports team will be chosen to go to the World Series, I guess, or whatever it is that they do up there. Once more, we sail above the Fall of Solium. The temple to the 8 scribes awaits us at the summit. None have seen the temple, save for those worthy to conduct the rites there, and myself and my counterpart Celeste. You may then wonder whence it came. The cycle of the rites has turned since the beginning of this age. Over its course, whilst waiting for the cycle's turns, some exiles thus paid tribute to the 8 scribes. I think the scribes may not have wanted such extravagance, or the carved effigies to them, along the way, yet it is for triumvirants to decide how best to honor the rites. They chose to honor them as you see there. How you remember this, of course, whether you even wish to do so, that is yours to decide. The scribes would not want otherwise. I see. We must honor. Jodaria will gain favor from the scribes, or Pamatha will gain favor. I think we'll have Jody playing in the match, so let's get some favor with her. You make landing upon Mount Aloyal, where Volfred pulls you aside while the others complete the post-flight inspection. He puffs at his pipe before speaking up. Reader, as you know, I now wear the raiments once again. This means that I myself may soon be worthy to regain my freedom in the eyes of the 8 scribes. Know, however, that it is not my wish to go just yet. It is true I could be of some benefit to our plan back in the Commonwealth, but I feel my place is here for the time being. Perhaps once the Nightwings are on surer footing in their path, my time shall come. Those are my feelings on the matter, and I wanted you to know. I shall, of course, defer to you. Our path is not to contradict the reader's will. Anyway, I trust that all of us, yourself included, shall find our freedom. If not soon, then when all of this is over. Seek the Nomad Scribe's favor. Hey there, Fibiane. This is a visual novel mixed with a sports game set in a fantasy world. It's weird. As I've said a couple of times, I think this game really defies genre classification and/or there are literally no other games that share a genre with this game. It's quite unique. Having completed the post-flight inspection, you and Jodariel visit the monument of Gul Gulathanian here in Emperor's Fall. You scribes are quite predictable. The others were naive to think our opportunities at freedom were indefinite. So now we have to make the most of every chance, is that not so? I fail to see how that is any different than before. Soon she is finished paying her respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Gul Gulathanian has shown you favor. You soon shall ascend the mountain. Dariel gets hope for the next rite. Alright, let's mentor a companion. Can I mentor Volfred? Yes. Certainly, I would appreciate your point of view. You illustrate to Volfred some of the intricacies of the rites, focusing on how all 3 in a triumvirate can move and act as of one mind. You sense he grasps some of the concepts. The rites we demand we act as of one mind. The rites demand we act as of one mind, in perfect unison and harmony, and free of any doubt. I've grown more accustomed to being a part of the Nightwings as of today. Build everyone, or gain hope. Oh yeah, I wanted Miracle Kindling. That one's pretty good. Stick the hope up. Just so. I must say, my boy, your understanding of the rites is more than I expected. Onward. Get some Gilman some favor juice at the pond. Good afternoon, Just Blank. En route to the mountaintop, you pass by a monument to under King Orez, and Sir Gilman happens to take notice. It seems that this knight's test of honor is just beginning to begin. He is to understand the stars themselves are vanishing? Impossible, he says. For how can there be such a thing as honor in this world if the stars themselves are wont to leave it behind? Soon he has finished paying his respects. Under King Orez has shown him favor. Bonus glory. Oh, that's a cool stat. Maybe we'll have him play with us. Jody, Volfred, and Gilman. That would mean one of the 3 would have to go free, though. Let's see who we're selecting here. I wouldn't mind freeing Jody, actually. You and your fellow exiles gather at the foot of Scribe's Gate for an archway carved of stone where stands the Gate Guardian.
Salutium, Ceres.
Greetings to you, Celeste. I see the exiles of the Nightwings have returned, even as the cycle of the rites begins drawing to a close. The Nightwings accept this as the will of the scribes. The Gate Guardian laughs for some reason. And you, Tariq, do you accept their will as well? The lone minstrel does not answer her. It is no matter. Now, Nightwings, each of you come forth and state what it is you seek while crossing the gate. One by one, the Nightwings declare themselves. We all pass as before. But when Volfred takes his turn, Celeste stops him. You, I see you wear the raiments once again. Explain. The cycle of the rites is ending. While I do not know exactly why, I have my fears. One of my contemporaries, he who fell from the summit long ago, he lives and seeks his liberty once again. He stands against us now and believes his triumvirate to be the true Nightwings. I remember well the contemporary whom you mean. Then the Nightwings stand divided. Yes, and so I wear the raiments once again, in case that it may help to right this wrong. For I am Volfred Sandalwood, and I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side, and bring our freedom to the people there. She considers Volfred's words for a moment. I see, then move along. The Guardian of Scribes' Gate regards you all, and then she beckons you onward. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Samea.
Celeste? What is it, Tariq? The will of the scribes. Long have we both followed it, and I think you would agree, in equal measure, it has drawn us close and separated us. But if their aim now is to keep us apart for another age or longer, then no, I do not accept their will. You blaspheme, Tariq, and at the gate no less. But the lone minstrel simply puts his hat back on. And may the scribes themselves admonish me. Until tomorrow night, Celeste. To be ever separated be quite a fate. Having reached the peak of Mount Elodiel once again, you see the vastness of the downside all about you. It leaves you deep in thought regarding which of your companions ought to go free this night, as Tizo did the last time. And Ron is here, as usual. Huh. What's up, Volfred? I never thought I would say such things, my boy, but it is good to wear the raiments in the rites once more. The march of time does have a way of healing certain hurts. Besides, the Nightwings of today, we are a very different beast than the triumvirate which took me in almost a decade ago. Ours was a triumvirate of exactly 3, well, 4 with Tizo, who proved to be an exception. Though historically, the Nightwings never took on more exiles than needed. I have mentioned my predecessor, Brighton, and my former companions, Erisa and Oralek. And Ardla, who is joining the list of channel cuties. Oh my goodness, we got a cutie in the list. Which I can't have the audio from the game while I do, unfortunately. So one moment, dear Twitch chat. We're done without gambling prowess, no less. Let me get you on there right away. You have a hard to spell name, I gotta say. All right, you're on the list. I have mentioned my predecessor, Brighton, and my former companions, Erisa and Oralek. We met Oralek. Apparently Brighton and Erisa both died. And Good Adjust, thanks for the Prime sub in 7 months. Perhaps naively, I had hoped my time with them would not be relevant directly to what we now attempt. Oh, it's a combination of your 3 favorite scotches, which are individually hard to spell and pronounce, as evidenced by the fact that you misspelled one of them. Excellent. But seeing as our stories are now intertwined, do let me know if there is more you wish to learn. What's up with Oralek? You ask of what Oralek was like when he and Volfred first became acquainted. Volfred remains silent. I'd hope you wouldn't ask me about him. I was very, very sick, you know, when I first landed in the downside. The long trip down the river must have been a little much for me. It was Oralek who found me. He could not have known of my capacity to read before he revived me. He was a physician, intolerant of the sight of suffering of any kind. Not just any physician, mind you, a gifted, highly decorated one. He served on the front. Back then, skirmishes erupted frequently, and those such as Oralek, they had to deal with many casualties on either side. In time, he said he grew repulsed by what he saw. This sowed in his heart a yearning for an end to all the bloodshed. So he tried to use his status to negotiate a treaty with the High-Wing remnants. It must have gone about how you'd expect. He was given direct orders to return to the front, but when he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him to the downside. Here, he gained the notice of the Nightwings, and before long, he grew to be one of the finest rite conductors anyone has ever seen. He was instrumental in the liberation of his companions, whose roles in the Triumvirate were later filled by Erisa and me. In time, Oralek's own opportunity for freedom had come up. He longed for it, so that with his exalted status, he might stand a better chance of negotiating peace. However, on the evening of his liberation, well, you know what happened. Wolfred breathes a heavy sigh. He and I were kindred spirits for a while. I could not bear to think that he was gone, and now I still cannot entirely believe that he is back. He is our adversary now, transformed, grown cold. Still, part of me is happy that he lives. Make no mistake, of course, I shall not be swayed against our plan, not by Oralek or anyone. As I have said before, we now share a higher calling. As for Oralek, he wants his freedom still, although I wonder if he still remembers why. Anyway, was there something else, my boy? Tell me about Brighton. You understand Brighton, who we understand was liberated prior to when Wolfred first joined the Nightwings. Oh, that's right, Brighton's not dead. Maybe. I never met Brighton in person, but I know him rather well by now. Though for that matter, my boy, so do you. Wait, what? Brighton was born wealthy, but not special otherwise. You would have no reason to have heard of him. He was exiled for negligent misconduct. I do not know exactly why, and do not care for spreading rumors. I first heard of him through Erisa and Oralek, who found me a suitable replacement following his liberation. They spoke little of him. Oralek gave the impression they did not see eye to eye, but he assured me I would soon hear from him myself. Indeed, as I became accustomed to the book which you know well by now, I soon began to hear the voice. Wolfred looks to you as if to see if you yet take his meaning. You see, my boy, after Brighton's liberation, he assumed a new identity within the Commonwealth, and a new responsibility to the Triumvirate which had liberated him. That voice you hear from time to time, whensoever the stars align, it's him. He is no longer Brighton. He is none other than the Archjustice Andromeles the Ninth himself. Liberated exiles retain certain burdens to their old triumvirates. They have much to thank them for, not just their freedom, but their exalted status in the Commonwealth. The theocratic rulers of the Commonwealth, they do not wear masks and raiments simply for the sake of ceremony. They are not who they appear to be. Their public pasts are nothing but a fabrication. Like Brighton, they were once exiles too. Brighton, that voice, he has no love for either of us by now. He knows full well what we attempt to do, yet he is bound by the traditions of the rites. He shall always stand on ceremony and complain, but I think he knows deep down that he is powerless. How ironic that one of such high status in the Commonwealth should be so frightened of some long-forgotten exiles such as us. Anyway, that's Brighton for you. He must have seen in you the potential to be one of his staunch supporters for a time. If that's a path you'd wanted to pursue, I should apologize. Now then, whom else should we talk about? You ask about Erisa, who you understand betrayed Oralek at the moment of his liberation, but then perished in the Shimmer Pool. I'm afraid you know the brunt of it, my boy. But I suppose you ought know something of Erisa's past, lest you be quick to judge her solely by her actions. Mind you, I would never make excuses for the terrible choice she ultimately made, but her life, I understand, was very difficult. Erisa had been exiled for the foulest of acts. You could see it plainly branded on her face. Such was the heinousness of what she did in the eyes of the Commonwealth. She was an apprentice blacksmith in her youth, taking up the post left by her brother. He had fallen in battle on the Blood Border, despite wielding their father's own lance and armor. Her father never quite recovered after this, and had grown cruel and detached. It was Erisa who took the brunt of his fury. He expected the impossible of her. One day it was all too much, so when next he lashed out at her, she struck back, again and again and again. When they came for her, her father was gone, and she was not herself. She was promptly cast into the downside for the crime, where her hatred for the Commonwealth only grew. Erisa always was intense in her demeanor, haunted by her father's memory. More than that, her chief motive for wanting back her freedom was, in hindsight, not a healthy one. She longed to join the nation's enemies, to build for the High-Wing remnants a great siege engine that could shatter the defenses of the Commonwealth and forever end our feud. What she ultimately did to Oralek, it was an act of pure and thoughtless desperation. I do not think it was simply evil, nor do I think it was personal. I often wondered, though, if in her final moments in the Shimmer Pool, she understood what she had done, and the depths to which she had fallen. For years, I must admit I hated her, but now my only hope is she found a peace untenable during her relatively short life in the downside in the Commonwealth. Furthermore, I hope the life of Erisa offers some perspective yet to those of us who have not made the same mistakes. Now then, was there something else? No, that's all. Thank you for the great story time. You bid Voltred a good afternoon and leave him with his memories. My pleasure, reader. Reflecting on the past from time to time helps demonstrate how far we've come, yet how much further we have yet to go. Good stuff. OWM asks, will there be more Nine Souls on stream? I think so. Yeah, I'm enjoying it a fair bit. Depending on if we can reach the ending of Pyre today, I might have some time for that after this. But my hope is to finish this game today. We'll see. There might be more left than I expect. Hey guys, so I don't know what's going on up there with all the stars acting real weird and stuff, but let me tell you something here. You ain't gonna find a better deal on all this stuff from anybody, and I mean anybody. And the downside, you can trust me when I tell you that, okay? So stock up. Good stuff, Ron. Permanent. Yes, I would like permanent stat ups. Sounds nice. We should probably give those to someone now. What's this? Here's max range. It's pretty powerful, actually. Give me that, actually. I'm gonna level that up.
Great taste.
Perfect.
What a great taste.
30% more range. That's pretty good. Let's give Gilman some hope up. We're going to be relying on him at the end here. Alright, put in the talisman slot. Enjoy. You guys take care, okay? And thanks for doing business. Why did that reveal pages? Hello? Downside climate. I know of no polite way to describe the climate here. It oppresses every living thing except perhaps the native flora in a few specific areas. Once more, the recommended course is to keep moving. Moving helps you keep warm when it is cold, or when it is very hot, you use what strength you can to move somewhere you think you can think and breathe. The weather in the downside seems intrinsic to the different regions, which my good friend Molten Millipede shall describe. Shelter can be difficult to find, and you cannot stay in it for very long. Perhaps, however, shelter can accompany you rather than constrain you. How to sustain oneself with food and drink in such a place as this. The less said of it, the better. Do not complain, observe, and above all, keep moving. Sources of sustenance avail themselves to those with keener sense. In warmer climates, search the ground at break of day for subterraneans. In colder places, dig for them. Give them purpose. Drinking pools are rare, but moisture in abundance outside of the sandfolds. Some is poisonous. Take only what you need. The downside limits any opportunity for excess, but it provides enough amenities to meet the needs of life. One who withstands it cannot help but feel a sense of gratitude. Tough place. Wait, give me the berry. Time for liberating. Once more, you have gained the Fall of Solium, where one among you may go free, but first you shall have to prevail against the Withdrawn.
Liberatus.
Reader, your companions are gathered there under the Fall. They shall be counting on you.
Barosta.
Indeed, as the cycle of the rites turns ever faster, so too is our plan set in motion. My agents in the Commonwealth are beginning to cause a bit of a stir out there, and word has reached high places that the rites are ending. This is our chance, though let us not despair should victory elude us here. We shall make the most of whatever the scribes may have in store for us. That is to say, good luck, my boy. The locket.
Dullness, the locket.
Locket. It's a new Titan star. Wait. More than 9 Titans? I thought there was only 9. Interesting. Proceed to the right. Who from the team have we freed so far? We freed Tizo and Hedwyn and Ruki. I think we're going to be freeing Jody here.
Once more, the Nightwings
trying
gain
to.
the summit of the sacred Mount Aladiel
Haven't lost a match
to
yet.
conduct the liberation rite,
That could always change.
even as the stars themselves abandon you. Make good upon these final opportunities, reader. This glorious age-old tradition coming to an end upon your watch. I trust your adversaries, the Withdrawn, shall not throw away this chance. Choose now who may go free, should they unfortunately fail.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Volunta lorigas.
I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. An anointed one of the Withdrawn, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Udmildi, rather, appears in the shadows.
We are known to be Witch Udmildi. Our adversaries, they are nothing to us, or the one we serve. Ye shall all be devoured in the coming age, an age of strife, wrought down by the fell wings and many seeing eyes of Islak, the astral-born. You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, Udmildi. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mocking of the scribes. The scribes, they failed to stop Islak, and he shall rise again. As for ye Nightwings, ye are of no consequence in Islak's grand design. Soon we shall return unto the land which Islak shall usurp, and we shall offer him our blood, and that of many others.
Nightwings, your decision. On whose behalf you shall conduct the liberation rite?
Liberatus.
Reader, I would ask you to choose wisely, but I am sure you know no other way. And you, prepare your song, Tariq. It's duet time.
Pelanta Ceres.
Of course, Celeste. Aksoon, thanks for the prime
Whom do
sub
you
in 12
intend
months.
To liberate?
But we could liberate Bertha. That's cute. Now we'll anoint Jody here.
Jodariel,
If that is your wish.
who shall strive for her?
3-man.
Volfred,
Let us prevail on this night for you, Jodariel, and for the good of our ailing nation. Get the snake in there. He's got 20 glory, does 20 damage, despite being a slippery snake. That's absurd.
Sir Gilman,
By this night's honor, he shall fight with all his might.
the choice is cast.
Soon, Islak, we shall release thee. And as for ye, Nightwings, we have much in store for ye.
Purple snake. Yeah, Gilman is very strong indeed.
Commence.
Keeping my aura here is pretty absurd. Oh, it gets smaller? Wait, why did my aura get smaller? That's interesting. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Get in there, Jody. Boing. Yeah, Gilman is very fast. Double KO. I'll be taking that. Jody being so slow. I'll read my trinket description. Oh, the Hex of Defeat. Jump. Come on, that just means we have Gilman back. They really can't do anything against Gilman.
Islak, we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Befoul our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the Nightwings. Damnation to the Scribes.
The invocation of Islak, your adversary Witchudmildy's curse shall summon forth dark pools of banishing ichor, wheresoever any exile is banished here this night. Alright, that doesn't sound too bad. I've got Gilman back, apparently. Walk it in, Jody. Gilman, you know what to do. Boing. Oops, that's not it. It's not what he needed to do.
And there it is.
There it is.
At last. The Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds. Return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Know that this front against Islok has been recorded, and his vengeance shall darken the skies.
Maybe, maybe not. After all this time, she turns her gaze towards the rest of you. I never thought this day would come. I have all of you to thank for doing this for me. The life that I recall back in the Commonwealth was at times difficult, and I am much older now. I know not what I shall find on my return. However, I know this. If that place is still like the Commonwealth I left so long ago, then I shall strive to make it better, for as long as I regain my strength and breath. You see her smile faintly as she disappears into the shimmer pool, though you can still hear her voice, faintly now. Farewell then, reader, all of you, for now. Jodariel earns back her freedom. May she return.
Godspeed,
In glory.
Captain Jodariel.
And now the promise is fulfilled.
The 8 scribes are watching from afar. By their grace, may the cycle of the rites keep turning for as long as possible. Until the turning of the stars, farewell.
Farewell. What am I planning to play after this? If there's time after this, I'm probably going to do some 9 Souls. You return to the wagon, having prevailed against the withdrawn in the liberation rites. Excellently done, Nightwings. Perhaps this knight too may regain his honor. You succeeded in liberating Jodariel, who returns to the Commonwealth in glory. We have but a few such liberation rites remaining. Exactly how many I do not wish to speculate about as yet, until such a time as we can better say for certain. Under no circumstances would I suggest this is ideal. However, it is opportunity enough that our plan may as yet succeed. Plan's current probability of success, 69%. Nice. Although all of these setbacks, I fear, Wolfred trails off and falls silent. Some of the others exchange looks. They are beginning to understand. With the rites soon ending, everything which Wolfred has sought, both on his own for many years and now with all of you, all of it may have been in vain. The hush spreads to the others. But not to you. You then proceed to do something that none of them seem to expect. You raise your voice. Each of your fellow exiles turns to you, their expressions asking you a question with no easy answer. What are we going to do? As you meet Nay's gaze, the words for the occasion begin to crystallize in your mind. You are searching for the right words. As all your fellow exiles are looking to you now. Interact to gather your thoughts. Interact to consider a different angle on this. Press the red seal to lock in the speech. You have always chosen your words with care. You have all stood together time after time throughout this quest. You are not going to mince words with anyone here. You've struggled to come this far. We've stood together time and time again. And think only a hollow fool would turn back now. Path to Leadham is laid bare before us all. True freedom is not waiting for us in the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is already in upheaval. Its troubles are only beginning. The injustices committed on the other side cannot continue. You all stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones, for each other, is a world worth living in. you look at it that way, which side of the world you end up on is all up to all of you. To each one of you in your own way. After a brief period of reflection, you share one last sentiment. The only failure is to stray from the path. Enlightenment avails itself through struggle. Oh, I like this one. We shall reunite someday among the stars. Thus do you remain together with your thoughts. No one speaks for a time, but then... the struggle you describe, O Master Reader, it has been glorious indeed. Wherever you shall lead, this knight shall follow without stopping once to even think.
Interesso.
You see them too then, mister, the scribes among the stars, how they are watching over us?
Non resentas.
You truly believe that your commonwealth can change its ways then, reader darling? I suppose that I may yet come to believe it too. Thou wouldst dare to change this ancient world, reading one, and yet thy words are tinged with certain truths.
Terum castrale.
May long the stars remain alight for you, reader, sir. All the while, Volfred remains watching intently. Then his expression softens. You are right, of course, my boy. We are the Nightwings. It is precisely as you said. We shall reunite to someday among the stars. Lead us then, reader, to the end of our quest, and the dawn of the new age for us all. Everyone, for the Nightwings! They stand with you no matter what. They await the outcome of your vision from the stars, which burn with renewed fury, because now the last rites beckon. Every Nightwing gets +1 hope. Cool. Salen Clave, thanks for the 6 months of subbage in advance. And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Shaw. Why did Volfred decide to redon the raiments of the Nightwings? Because he wanted to branch out. The stars above now burn with what appears to be a desperate fury, many more of them than usual. The path is yours to choose amidst a myriad of stars. What was that match you saw? That was core gameplay, believe it or not. We play magical sports in order to determine who is set free. Oh, they're all lit.
Terum castrale.
The stars of the 8 scribes, they shine together now as one. The lone minstrel draws breath, though surprised by what he sees. He backs away and averts his eyes. This is another sign the rites are soon to cease. Few chances yet remain to confront the adversaries you have met during your journey. In fact, I'm betting we only get one match before we are called to liberation right again. You can challenge kind of any... But Friendship Dog, he's not a... Oh, here he is. No, that's not him. It's the Accusers. You are not permitted to do the next right there. Interesting. It would be fun to match against Mr. Tinderstoff once again, so I think I'll be challenging the Chastity. Aub, the Midnight Star. Big Skeleton Man. Ah, the Chastity and Old Manly. He is without shame, the product of corruption that it now festers in the Commonwealth. You and Volfred go over what he knows of your next adversary. H. Manly Tinderstoff, the offspring of a semi-famous sap industrialist. He was born into wealth and lived in the lap of luxury. Don't you mean the sap of luxury? Never having to fend for himself. When he came of age, he soon was offered cushy ambassador positions that required little more than a silver tongue to convince the Commonwealth that he was keeping busy. He soon grew so proficient at doing nothing that he started spending all his family's riches to assert fame and status. One day, he attempted to pay off the wrong individual, a particularly stern Commonwealth diplomat, who promptly turned him in and had him sent downriver. Manly was very disappointed by all this, but soon saw in it an opportunity, for he knew well that in the inner circles there were those who had gone into exile and returned. Thanks to his connections, he tracked down the chastity deep in Wakingwood. He finagled his way onto the Triumvirate using his well-worn skills. He in turn convinced himself that he would earn a position of great influence once he secured a way back to his home. He continues making hollow promises. Our plan is going to prevent such characters as Manly from coming to power, mark my word. For now, we ought prepare to seek the stars again with an adequate night's rest. You bid Volfred good night and take your leave. It is too late now to prepare for flight, so we arrange to depart first thing in the morning. Hey, Golio, what's up? What's new in the book? Dullness the Locket. Doubtless you have seen Black Basin, whose seething fissures yet spew noxious flame and vapor at the stars. Then you have seen the remnants of the wrath of Dullness, also called the Locket, for within himself he held the fires and the rage which shaped this very land. The Ash Titan he did threaten to devour us as we delved deeper into the reaches of the downside, till at last we outsmarted him. Quenched his flames we did when we lured an inauspicious storm his way. And so, whilst the Ash Titan has fled, the sopping coward, we can see his handiwork remains. The blackened crags forever shall bespeak the danger which he posed. Interesting. On Worth. The fallen empire of Sar was ruled according to an ancient bloodline thought to be infallible. Our society shall instead be by those who earn the privilege. We, the Eight, we cannot bear the burden of determining your worth. It shall be determined by your peers and by you yourself. We shall provide a framing through the rites to put you to the test against yourselves, against your kin, against your adversaries. The downside cannot let us all go free. Thus, freedom to the worthy. As the worthy, your true calling then begins, as you return to a society which longs to learn the wisdom you have gained along your path. The worthy shall lead. What's up, Tariq? After the liberation of Jodariel, the lone minstrel, back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had just occurred. You think you see him tilt his head.
Oxaritas.
Some words of congratulation are in order for this evening, I should think, reader. And so, congratulations on prevailing in the liberation rite. Surely Jodariel shall be most grateful, and her safe return unto your commonwealth ought benefit the plan in which you now all play a part. Nice. As for your adversaries of the Withdrawn, this must have been a bitter loss for them and Udmildi, although they must have known their chance was far from certain. Thus shall we all await the turn of the next cycle of the rites. Celeste and I are to return to our respective duties for the time, as now Scribe's Gate is sealed. I await when next we shall meet, when next you may yet live up to the glory of the Nightwings in the eyes of the 8 scribes. He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner and bids you a good rest of the evening. Well, thanks, I suppose. Let's go play against Tinderstaff. There is no time now to return to Moonlight Alcove as before, as the stars have already urged us on. Everyone is ready to make haste for the Cairn of Haub. See, okay, we really are accelerating then. Yeah, I think we're quite close to the end here. Volfred approaches as we fly above the hidden lair at the Moonlight Alcove. We cannot help but wonder if we shall ever return there. Our dear alcove, I've asked my agents to break down the place. It soon shall be gone, if it isn't already. We shan't be returning. We've not the time to do so, anyway. With Oralek back among the living now, and no longer fond of me, I dare not think what he would do with it. Unfortunately, hiding places are of little value once they're found. Once all of this is over, those of us who do not manage to return, we shall have to find another place to live. To try to live, at least.
Sempre miserere.
The forbidden cairn of Hoob lies below. Not many exiles see fit to cross beyond it. Some fear the listless remains of Shaq Stick-Shoulders shall snatch them up if they attempt to cross. Others simply do not want to pass through to Flagging Hands. You know its true significance as we do, although your adversaries, the Chastity, should be on their way here. Soon you shall confront them once again. Got it. We could be at Shunt, for vocationing, or also vocationing. Let's get Gilman dialogue. Survey Shunt. Oh, the Beyonder Crystal finally seeks Volfred. That should be our final dialogue with her. What is it, reader? Please, reader, leave me be. I ask that you leave me be. Go about your business. Go, watch the stars die out, and get your idiots to their freedom. And you be sure to tell that herald with whom you consort that Sandra the Unseeing did her job. You tell him that. Perhaps that way he shall put in a good word, and the scribe shall finally provide for me a bit of reprieve. She falls silent for a time. I do not know what else to do, reader. You remain with her, letting her draw whatever strength and comfort from your thoughts as you are able to afford. That was kind of you. However, let us conduct our business. I care not for your pity. Do not come visit me again like this without my asking. I insist. Well, I insist that you teach Volfred what's up. That fancy-talking sap, you mean? I shall be interested to see if he has learned something since last we sparred like this. Then let us bring him forth. Soon Volfred appears. So it is my turn then, is it? Let us see what we can do, my boy. Listen well, Sap. You answer to me here. As you will, O Sandra the Unseeing. Proper as ever, then, though I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project. Show me, then, what you can do without the benefit of those whom you would lead. And let us see if you and your lovely reader have reached a thorough understanding. More. Very fast. Had it, then I lost it. Dash. With my face. Got a fast revive time though, that's very helpful. Hey. Spend my own Pyre like that, right? That's nice. Oh, and I can do that straight into the fire. That's quite powerful. I'm grateful for the privilege of your good time, Sandra. Flattery shall never get you anywhere with me, Saf. Nonetheless, your performance was sufficient. Thus, congratulations are in order. Now, farewell. Game feels so wacky? Yes, it is certainly wacky. It's a weird, weird game. But I really love the world building that they did with this game. And the music as well, so I'm very happy to play through it. I had not seen that Sandra in some time. She has not changed a bit. Well, no crap, she's been in prison for 1,000 years. But it would seem she left something for us, did she? Lose bow. Oh, Blink goes further. Oh, that's strong. Yes, please. If only I had more level ups for that. Time for surveying. Ah, my good compatriots, the Master Reader himself. And nay, shall we be off? The search turns up nothing of note. Together we return to the wagon in somewhat better spirits, and we can mentor Wolford again, which I will do. Oops, somebody had a... Can I go back? Oh well, hopefully we haven't missed anything too important. I should be interested to see which lessons you have taken from the book. You sit down with Wolfrid to go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites. He is beginning to understand. Long did I bide my time in anticipation that one day the Nightwings would reform under a common cause. To be a part of it myself nourishes the spirit. Banishment as failure is a time for careful introspection. Amitha. Leave me be, would you, reader darling? Trying to get some good and proper moping done here, and you're distracting me. Leave me be, reader. Just leave me be. Just leave me be. You don't want to know what's lurking in my heart or my mind. What you'll find there isn't pretty. Yet something about her thought process is different to you now. You know that with her conditioning, she can resist your scrutiny, but now her thoughts are laid bare. Alright, what are you thinking? Pameth seems to be inviting you in. You remain there in that lonesome space with her. What is it going to take, I wonder, Temitha? Shall I just go ahead and kill them all? That would be proof enough, perhaps, about my loyalties to you and our sisters. Perhaps I ought to start with this one right here in front of me. The bond between you severs as Pamitha opens her eyes and stares at you. Then she smiles sweetly and gives a gentle laugh. You see, reader darling, my thoughts are rather cumbersome at times. But do not fear, I have them very well under control. Still, thoughts being the loathsome thing they are, I cannot fully suppress them. She exhales and looks askance. You know by now why I am in this mess with all of you. You could say I lacked Tamitha's sense of commitment, her zeal. She lives only to see your nation overthrown, or something worse if she could have her way. Centuries of conflict can be quite emboldening that way, especially when one's sister's leading cause of death is Commonwealth forged steel. Wielded with the utmost of mercy, of course. Why, I had little patience for the senseless of it myself. Became a bit of a pariah, I suppose. I knew Tamitha was going to get herself and others killed someday, so when she was to fly out on this one big mission of hers, I had other arrangements made. But after she was caught, your people did not exactly uphold their end of the bargain. I knew there were such risks, of course, and yet, a chance is still a chance. Tamitha was clipped and cast down. A mercy, they called it. I did not see it that way, and in my growing protests of her treatment, I was soon enough to follow. She falls silent for a while. I haven't yet decided if I entirely regret my actions, but I do seek Tamitha's forgiveness, and wish that she could see my thoughts for what they are, as it seems you can. Then she might realize our nation's people have much more in common than she knows. Sometimes I wonder which of them is the stupider. She brushes past you and out of the wagon. For now. Quite the sisterly bond. Alright, manly. Stop the wagon, now. The black wagon shudders to a stop en route to the cairn of Haub. There is some commotion as Volfrid motions for everyone to be still. There, ahead, it seems we have a visitor. But we see no sign of whomever Volfrid referred to. I am certain that I saw someone, directly in the road. A moment passes, then another. Then Volfrid tenses up. There he is, look! At last, you see the cause of his concern. There's no mistaking who it is. Oralek stands there near motionless, atop some forgotten rock jutting from the desolate sprawl, a fair distance away. He stands directly on the path of your black wagon. Yet he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something, likely for us. Volfrid gets your attention quietly. Well, my boy, I'm open to suggestions here. Oralek likely hasn't come for a social visit. Curious if he'll talk. Hail him. There has to be a way to reason with Oralek and bridge differences between him and his former triumvirate. Perhaps he has come to negotiate. I am uncertain Oralek is willing to be reasonable at this point, after everything he has been through, but I am hopeful that you are right. You give the signal for the drive imps to start the wagon and head towards him. But just as you reach the point where Oralek once stood, he's vanished. Surveying our strength, perhaps? His motives are plain, but his intentions unclear. Indeed, Oralek is nowhere to be found. This unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent. Still no sign of Oralek or our next adversaries here at the cairn of Haub. We organize a quick search about the premises. Uh-oh. Hello. Oralek seems to have something on his mind. Oralek seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. There is a lot to look at in here. Whether he has noticed you, you cannot tell. What he is doing here and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. You watch him go about whatever it is that he's doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered here on the journey. He shakes his head. All of these trinkets. This wagon, it is most different now. Welcoming, and yet I am unwelcome here, it seems. In my own wagon. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. You, a mere shadow. Tell me something. Who are you to them? I am their reader. You are a fool then, reader. You let them use you willingly. Relay them to me a message. Relay to them a message for me, Shadow. Tell them I shall have my night. He strides right past you toward the door, but then he turns to you again once more. I shall have my night. Then he's gone. Okay. He is the knight, apparently. The cairn of Haub. How ironic that the shattered remnants of the Bone Titan... the shattered remnants of the Bone Titan Shaq's six shoulders, which once stood vigilant over the archway into flagging hands, remains now as foreboding as when that horrid monster still possessed unnatural life. After little Haub dispatched the Bone Titan in a feat of ingenuity, Shaq's pieces fell onto the valley floor, forming a set of standing stones, which Haub marked. Further traces of the Titan's glacial blood coagulated into perfect frozen drops, which still shimmer in the darkness. Six shoulders seems to start reanimating when the stars above him dance a certain way. Paint the sigil then in the shining light. Several of our companions return as we exit the wagon. However, none of them saw Orlek. I believe you, my boy. Orlek, he is unwell. It is good you did not come to harm. Now, let's make sure the same can be said of the wagon. You and the others conduct an exhaustive search in and around the black wagon for any signs of objects missing or tampered with, as well as signs of damage or foul play. Search yields nothing. No one finds any sign that anything was moved or tampered with. Even the drive imps seem calm. The incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. You try to clear your mind, for the rite is now soon to commence.
Hey guys, where's your friend? You know, the big one with the horns, likes frowning, stuff like that? Something happened there or what? Heard a crazy story, she just flew on out of here or something. Anyways,
Indeed. Guess we might make use of these consumables towards the end.
Great taste.
We don't need Jodariel's talisman anymore. Nor do we need Tizo's, I guess, so we have tons of money. Oh, while carrying the orb, the bearer moves 20% faster is pretty good. Well, if this is max rank, that is. Neat.
pleasure doing business with you guys.
Once more, we have returned to the cairn of Haub, and our companions stand ready beneath a still night sky, awaiting the commencement of the rites. This night awaits our glorious confrontation against the chastity. Any moment now.
Lower thee thy voice and raise thine eyes aloft.
Then we observe a glint of starlight that begins to shine above, and our companions fall silent. Which one have we not gotten the description for?
Lord Gandalf.
Probably Gandalf here.
Ah, the infamous Reader returns, along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one. Your adversaries, the Chastity. As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here.
Oh, but look at this. Are you perhaps intent upon humiliating us even more after last time? I'll have you know that we've some new tricks up our sleeves this time. The Chastity. Let us show them what the Nightwings can do.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
Wow.
Volfred.
Oh, that's right. She's got solid object pierce on the blast. Actually, that is pretty good.
Bertrude.
Now we have very few choices now.
Sir Gilman. The choice is cast.
For the glory of the Nightwings! Are you quite ready then, Well, let us get this little ceremony started. Your big aura.
Commence! I thought they had you there.
Bigness of the aura.
Yes!
Set stay with that. Putting up a good fight, they are.
The night wings make their mark upon the flame. If I were that one, I'd be rather angry. Sir Gilman plunges into the fire.
Alfred Sandalwood? Why is it really you, my dear friend? You must be mistaking me for someone else, Manly. However you do you mean? I'd recognize that upright posture of yours from anywhere. I knew it had to be you. Oh, what a glorious surprise indeed. Oh, it's me, all right, but you're no friend of mine, Manly. No more than I am yours. So cut your nonsense for a change and face me like a proper sap. Oh, to have such spark left in those old limbs of yours. Well, if you want me to be rude, then fine. Let's have it your way, sir.
That manly Tinderstaff has such a mind for politics. Would that he focused on the rights. Spectacularly done. The rite is nearly ended.
Boing.
Headlong goes Sir Gilman into flame.
Oh, they have 2 left? Heck.
Away with them.
Oops. Didn't realize she had the orb.
Sinners. And it is done. The Nightwings managed to prevail.
The narrator is so
They
pissed.
overwhelmed their adversaries utterly. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Why, you dare defer my rightful freedom. You obstruct true progress by defeating us. Definitely.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes. Now go and wallow in the downside for a while.
Interesting. We didn't get a quote like that before. All are welcome save demons such as you. Back at the Black Wagon, you find the lone minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they vanquish the chastity with ease. It is plain to you that none of them look well. Reader, the faster turning of the cycles of the rites has put a strain on everyone. We have multiple cases of banishment sickness this time. It is fortunate that your other companions are available to conduct the coming rite, because I fear that this group here requires rest. You bid Volfred a swift recovery, and he nods weakly in response. You exchange a look with Sir Gilman, who seems exhausted. As for Bertrude, it is clear to you she wishes to be left alone right now. Wait, that doesn't leave us with enough people to actually conduct a rite. What is that going to do? What does Bertha not actually have? Sickness. Okay, not time for another liberation rite quite yet. 3 choices now. The Accusers, the Essence, or the Dissidents. I would like to play the Accusers again. Currently owning the Pyre category on Twitch? I mean, yeah, usually. Anytime I play a dead game, that's what I do. The stars revealed to you a path toward the Hulk of Ores, where the rites shall soon continue. Come morning, our travel shall continue. Lord Gandroth. Warrior of surpassing strength, that Golithanian. Single-handedly he slew the serpent titan, Gandroth, which envenomed downside Prairie's verdant plains. Master General Golithanian, he was undeterred by Lord Gandroth's myriad attacks. His lashing tail, it hurled rocks the shape of swords, and thrice as sharp. His eyes reduced brave folk to mewling babes. But Golithanian stood tall and brandished his tower shield and sent Lord Gandroth's fury back into his monstrous countenance. Good old reflect power. Now Lord Gandroth takes the shape of a stone ridge, conspicuous and, well, as well you know that full unguarded truth about his fearsome path and Golithanian's glory. Good. Good that. Let me check. Do we have all of the Greater Titan pages now? '81, '83, '85, '87, '89, '91, '93. No, we're missing one. Whoever's between Lord Gandroth and Timesinger Harn. We're missing another one here, actually. Definitely don't have all of them. So let me look at the encyclopedia here. Here we go, yes. Looks like we're missing Sungrease and the Tannered Mantle. Understood that correctly, right? No, there's Sungrease. We are missing the Tattered Mantle. What was the other one I was missing then? Wish there was an easier way to do this. Probably is. Do we have Easelock? Look at the Widow. Easelock, maybe. Oops. Oh yeah, we are missing Easelock. Okay. Cool. Noted. The folk of Ores. It has drifted here upon the sea for longer than one might expect. Perhaps you have already read of the doomed ship's demise in the embrace of unfathomed plurns. Some say it was the sea itself which preserves the ship's remains. Hidden properties within the water, sea creatures binding together ruined planks of wood. Though such as yourself and the accusers know another truth, I gather. The stars would not align over the wreckage if it did not have greater significance than first appears. May you have good fortune there during the coming rites. I don't want blessing, I want riches. You touch down then at the Sea of Solace, where you first encountered Sir Gilman and the Pyre Hearts. You soon shall carry on by sea, though for now we have time to spare. Survey the sea. Sir Gilman springs forth. Hark, Master Reader! By this night's keen eye, he has spotted something in the depths. Sir Gilman plunges into the waters, then reemerges bearing something new. The fungus. Great. Thanks for the fungus. What's up, Gilman? Sir Gilman is fuming in anger over something, so much that you are hesitant to approach him, but we approach him anyway. Exile is too light a sentence for this night. He notices you then and seizes up. He begins acting rather nonchalant, as though his outburst did not just transpire. Oh, greetings to you, noble Master Reader. What brings you to this knight this afternoon? Lord Gilman is attempting to make small talk. Are you okay, buddy? You maintain a gentle tone and ask whether there is something he might wish to discuss. He stands there for a moment, silent and dejected, but then... Master Reader, this knight cannot escape the horrors of his past. It seems that you would hear them. Then you have this knight's apologies ahead of time for burdening you further with his troubles. Having said that, here then are the troubles you requested. You are of course familiar with the siege of the Spiral Sanctum. For this night, the memory of it is like a wound which will not close. This knight stood there on the front lines while the High-Wing remnants descended upon us. So furious was their assault that our chain of command was ruptured instantly. We of the Sea Dominion, we require orders to perform our duty. Without such orders, why, we surely made a very easy target there that eve. One by one, then two by two, they picked us off, becoming bolder some of them, shrieking with laughter all the while. This night, he saw his comrades cast aside like sea flies. How this knight survived, he does not know for certain, even now. Perhaps it was that he attempted to pursue and to detain his own knight commander, whom you met when you first met this knight. That cursed Sir Deluge. If not for his craven cowardice, the Spiral Sanctum it might have held, at least a while longer. But instead we were routed, rendered spineless both in form and deed. Sir Deluge was first to turn and flee as our chain of command crumbled. And as for this knight, he failed to catch his knight commander. He must have looked a coward too. Thus came the time for penance, and this night, why, he insisted on the only course of action reasonable. He insisted on the sentence to the downside. And as you can plainly see, his wish was then fulfilled. How absurd that he should re-encounter his old knight commander here, soon after. Thus did this knight become obliged once more to Sir Deluge. We took to the waters in the Sea of Solace, where soon we met the Pyrehearts, a triumvirate exclusive to our kind. It was plain to see they lacked wherewithal, and Sir Deluge, they thought he could provide it, the leadership they sought, and his was too much of a coward to decline. As for this knight, being of the Sea Dominion, he had little choice but to comply, or so at first he thought. When this night he encountered you in the Nightwings, something awakened within him. With so little honor left to lose, and so much left to gain, it became eminently clear that this knight stood a better chance within your ranks than those of Sir Deluge. And there is little left to say. This knight cannot escape his past, and yet he chooses to believe that he was spared that day, not merely by coincidence. Perhaps under King Orez has plans yet in store. This king, he clings, however vainly, to that hope. He slithers away, his head bowed low. It seems best to leave him be for now. Time to resume our travels. For now.
You are nothing, reader.
Oh, stuff
Nothing
it,
but a
Archbishop.
mindless simpleton. Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You awake from what little sleep you managed this past night. Once more the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. If the voice truly is that of the Archjustice Androboles, as Volford indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. Here in the immeasurable depths of the Sea of Solace, we encounter a messenger imp come to deliver news from the other side. This news pertains to Jodariel, who we liberated at the fall of Solium. Jodariel's past transgressions have all been forgiven. She soon was to be reinstated on the blood border on the presumption that she wanted her old status back. In fact, she was offered an especially prestigious leadership position in the First Vale, for a demon such as she could not be seen in the streets. But she refused the gesture, rather bluntly. Instead, she sought Volfred's agents as well as several of her former fostered sons and daughters, and so the ranks of the revolution grow stronger. The last part of the messenger imp's news must have been damaged in transit, though appears to be in Jodariel's own words. All you can tell is that it says, await. You thank the messenger imp.
We can envision it. A demon such as she set loose within the Commonwealth.
Huh. Wonder what the rest of her message said. You think she still has her horns now that she's back up there? Having someone of Jodariel's will and stature with us on the other side shall pave the way toward a brighter future. She is an inspiration to us all, or to this night at least. News of Jodi's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with determination. Good luck to her.
Oh, hey, you guys, just missed some other customers. I sold them some of my best stuff. Not better than the stuff I sell to you, but if you run into some guys with good stuff, you know where they got it.
The legendary good stuff. Ooh, permanent +1 quickness. Yes, please. I'll take some of these temporary quickness ups, too.
So you get a repeat customer there, Dad. You give him a deal.
Why did I learn about downside diseases from that interaction? I don't want to know. As the sky above the Hulk of Auras darkens, your companions watch in silence and await the commencing of the rites. Bertrude speaks up.
Ye stars, now burn for us.
Now everything is ready, and the stars begin to shine once more, as foretold. He said we needed the Tattered Mantle. After your adversaries grab the orb, their auras will slowly shrink rather than vanishing. And Islak Astroborn. That's what I said.
Rita, I am still very cross with you, you know.
Yep.
To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold. Some.
You. We are ready for you, Nightwings. Come, accusers, let us crush them and be done quickly. Double demon.
Go on, then.
Going. Yeah, I literally have to play with Nay and Pamitha and Bertrude, apparently. Which I guess I'm fine with. Bertrude's good. Definitely need to do Trinket. Cast Further is kind of useful. Further cast. You have your legendary, right? While flying after dousing, Pamitha may instantly return and deal more damage. Cool.
Pamitha.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Nay.
Shiru-sama?
It is done.
Okay, I think I'm ready. Come then, Nightwings. We're prepared for you.
commence. My goodness. The Nightwings are the first to strike.
Ever played Road Not Taken? No. Can't say I'm familiar.
The orb.
Oops.
Such wherewithal.
Forgot about the
The
salute.
Nightwings now are closer to achieving victory. Such zeal.
What was that cast?
Quite the close call there, no? All three Nightwings, poof.
Poof.
Now there's a proper dousing.
Was poofed.
This is the road to ruin.
Damn it.
Simply abhorrent disaster.
Indeed. Need to grab the ball there. What?
A stifled effort.
Is this game easy? We're playing on a relatively low difficulty. Finding it somewhat easy, yes.
That one almost got through.
Holy crap. Speed.
Her wings have served her true. There. Blessed be.
You shall find that we have much, much more where that came from. Will I?
Such chaos.
Damn it.
Your exiles all are banished, I'm afraid. A crushing blow against your
Alright, can't let them hit us again. Or we will be
The Nightwings
vanquished.
seem to be falling behind. Glorious. Exactly by the book. Come now, someone end this.
Somebody do it, please.
Such fervor.
The water geysers are infuriating.
Beneath.
Alright, I guess they win.
contempt.
First time losing.
And it is done.
It is done.
The accusers prevail. A richly deserved victory at that.
They were gaming.
Perhaps your fortune shall be better next time.
You and the Nightwings may have experienced your first defeat, but this is not the end. Rather, this is an opportunity for you and your fellow exiles to press onward. Gertrude, for example, learned a valuable lesson. So too has Pamitha, not in spite of this setback, but because of it. And Nay is no exception. Am I going to do any end-game content? There's end-game content in this game? Why is there end-game content in this game? Once the story ends, I am not going to play any more of this game. And so your story shall continue. The choice of whether to accept such outcomes now and all throughout your quest is to be yours alone. You low-life Nightwings, may you savor every taste of the bitter defeat that we prepared for you this eve. And know that this was only the beginning, for I trust we soon shall meet atop Mount Elodiel. Then I may be rid of you at last, and be rid of this damned place besides. We ought perhaps to place upon that some sort of curse of itching or incontinence. Ugh. He acts so high and mighty, it's a wonder that your Commonwealth didn't want to keep him.
There is much to learn from this experience.
Oh, that's cool, Desperate Larvitar. Love the hidden storytelling here that the accusers have been down here long enough that the other characters with Lendel have turned into demons since the first time we faced them. I was wondering what was up with the double demons. That actually just makes sense. So valuable lesson, plus 300. You get more experience for losing. Plus 8 to quickness is very good.
Be gone now from my sight.
There proves little time for rest at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles failed in the right against the accusers, just barely. Just then, the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips, but you can guess full well what he has come to indicate to you. It's time for a liberation rite. We really not get the unlocks for the Titan Stars I didn't win with? That's a bummer. It's a big bummer. Oh, and Lendel will be rematching us, so I guess we get our redemption immediately here. Kind of cool. The Gate Guardian and I, we have paid witness to the liberation rites upon the fall of Solium for a long time. We have seen so much. And so I am a bit taken aback is all to see something which I have never seen. Was that with the Easlock activated? Yes. Yeah, the more cunning adversaries, I think it's called. The higher level AI, basically. And yeah, that was tough. It was also with not the correct roster for us, right? I had no choice in who I was bringing there, so maybe I shouldn't have combined them. I wish for you good fortune and the wisdom of the scribes on your ascent. The lone minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It has grown very late, and we need rest. Yeah, I'll be deactivating Easlock for the liberation rite, that's for sure. We'll be hopefully liberating Volfrid, actually. What we got to read here? Downside diseases. Ailments in the downside often give no warning when they strike. Those who keep moving and make no attempt to settle, they reduce their risks. The afflictions come in multiple varieties. In the bogs of flagging hands, a pallor tends to sink into the skin and then into the mind. The nauseating Sea of Solace north of there is difficult for some to tolerate. Very hot or very cold environs bring their own specific side effects. My coat is not as lustrous now, my fangs are long. Like all aspects of the downside, all these ailments share a purpose, to test your body, mind, and spirit. They only appear to harm, and accept them, surpass them, and move on. Beyond a shallow, sickly gulf, our voyage grew increasingly forbidding and much harder to explain. How could a sea exist here at the bottom of the world? We could not deduce whence sprang the carcasses of ancient sailing ships we found throughout the Sea of Solace, though the warnings that they signified we duly noted. It was here we first met Orez, called the Underking, who brazenly assaulted our small skiff, for we had trespassed in his waters. But then the Underking relented, for he witnessed Tholium Mur in all his doom and glory. Soon he would side with us. Then with the Underking we sailed forth into a tempest beyond reasoning or measure. The Dazroban was first of many river ships to vanish in the downside. Although presumptions of its loss were not inaccurate, the doomed ship and her valiant crew had charted half the Sea of Solace ere the end of their brave voyage. The sea titan Unfathomed Plurns was not fond of vessels sullying her sea, and split the doomed ship with a single swipe. The ship's own shattered prow would later end the sea titan's cruel reign, as the boastful Under-King loves to recount. The stars themselves must have been moved by this. That point within the sea, now sacred, has the stars dancing in homage every now and again. Something appears different now about the Sacred Mountain. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as Temple Highroad and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by the elements. Volfrid observes all of this alongside you. It is though the entire downside now is well aware that soon the cycle of the rites shall cease to turn. The weather lately has been very much unusual, to say the least. In this case, however, it appears to have afforded us a bit of a shortcut. We should be able to make landing closer to Scribesgate now. Just as well, I think all of us are feeling rather more on edge these days. A swifter journey to the summit means we can all conserve our strength for the coming trial. Bertrude will gain favor. Yeah, give me some favor with Bertrude. Lendl and the accusers have already arrived. Seek the Crone Scribe's favor. You join Bertrude on a brief expedition to the Monument of Molten Millithie. Ye ancient gods, I warn ye now, dare ye not toy with Sandalwood. He put much stock into thy teachings. Dare ye not undermine his plan. For it is there not simply for our benefit, but to honor ye, assuming ye deserve it. You return to the wagon once she is finished. More glory for Bertrude. Let's forage for resources, I guess. Source of Enlightenment. Okay, that's the same as mentoring. Okay, sure. Literally the same thing. Guess we'll give it to Bertrude. We'll also give... I want Gilman to be the quickness up guy. Ooh, that's right, goes here. Not quite. To the top. The exiles of the Nightwings, you must know by now that once the stars no longer shine, the rites shall cease. For now, step forth. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there.
Salutiam, Celeste.
Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared. As for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tariq?
Felamta, Celeste.
Aye, Celeste. I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now, each of you, come forth. Please state your names and what it is you seek. One by one, our companions cross the gates. Go forth with glory.
Som de ravatas.
Am I free to accompany them, Celeste, or shall I remain here? You are free to accompany them, Tariq.
Recosta Fara.
As you will, Celeste, until we meet upon the summit.
On. Oh, it's you guys. Come on in, I guess. I guess you got here right on time, because I was just thinking maybe I closed a little early, you know? Business has been real good and everything. It's just been a little slow in spots. A little slow is all. And I was thinking maybe I should do a sale?
Go for it, buddy.
I guess maybe that's a good way to look at things, and so I'm going to think about it. Still under a while, but no promises, okay? So, buying something or what?
I'll buy your, take your Stardust. And put that... Oh yeah, that's this to sell too. I forgot about that. And the fungus! We're rich. Yeah, grateful for its blink.
Appreciate you doing business. You guys sure to be tell your friends, okay?
Okay. Once more, the time has come for a liberation rite. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this rite, the lone minstrel finds you. Night is falling. These moments prior to each commencement, I must admit they give me pause. Tell me something, would you, reader, to ease the waiting for us both? I have traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like out there. If you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years rather than striving here under the stars? Maybe I would have fought for freedom. Perhaps it was inevitable that you were to be cast into exile. You cannot abide the state of things within the Commonwealth. There is so much needing to be changed there. It seems then that you would face a greater challenge there than ever here. Your Commonwealth, sounds to be a country rather set upon its ways. Of course, that is the nature and ambition of the plan of which you are a part. May your actions here help bring about the future you desired on the other side. Just then, the lone minstrel looks forth, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though faint, begin to burn. Alright, let's disable Islock, because yikes. Oh, and it even gives, like, way more enlightenment than the other Titan stars. So Islock is intentionally much harder than the others, it looks like.
The tattered mantle.
We'll keep the tattered mantle up. It's fine.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the accusers quickly quench those flames of yours. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
The pyres burn and each of the triumvirants is present and prepared. Concur. The pyres burn and each of the triumvirants is present and prepared. And anointed of the accusers, come forth and declare yourself. Poised as ever, Lendl steps forward and reaches for his mask. I was branded Lendl the Liar. Once I reclaim my liberty, that name shall be forgotten, and my rightful station in the Commonwealth will be restored. Nightwings, you may have prevailed against me when last time we met here upon this sacred site, but the many years since then have taught me much. I shall not fail again. Yet you still hold much resentment for your adversaries, is that not so, Lendl? Resentment is too kind a word for it. They are cheaters! unfairly favored by those scribes, while those such as myself must struggle endlessly for such a chance. Now, come, my accusers, let us vanquish these undeserving oafs, and prove to the scribes that they were fools to favor the likes of them. I am ready. Nightwings, on whose behalf you shall conduct this liberation rite? Whose quickly. I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tariq. Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
It's Wolfred's time.
Wolfred.
There's so much to be done, should I or any one of us return. But let's focus on the here and the now. We face a worthy adversary in the accusers.
Who shall stand with him?
We'll go with the core trio. No obstacles here? Let's give her the longer blast.
Bertrude.
And we shall do what is within our power for that one.
And Gilman, of course, because Gilman is OP.
Sir Gilman.
Such an honor it is for this knight to strive on behalf of the good Wolfred.
With that out of the way,
Come then, Nightwings, and look upon me for one last time, for by dawn I shall be free, while you all wallow in the terrible defeat we have in store for you. Terrible defeat, huh?
commence.
That's myself. Boing. This battle is not being fought with the same modifiers as last time. No, I turned off the benefit of Easelock Astralborn. But we still have very low hope. The time to return is really high here. So if everyone gets banished, we're kind of screwed. Damn it. Might lose anyway. Now, accusers, grant me your auras and your anger that we may finally secure our rightful victory against these demons whom we face. Against these demons. You're the one with demons on your side, buddy. This must be the aura gain. Bigger aura. Is shielded? It's concerning. He's not shielded. Damn it. That wasn't it. Can't do anything if the aura is covering me. Oops. Wow. slash we get there.
Most foul.
Guess we're still in it, though.
The Nightwing's adversaries gained an edge.
All right, Bertha can finish the job. He's so happy. Heck. Bertha can't finish the job. F31. We need Bertha specifically.
No
There we
mercy
go.
shown. And there it is, at last. The Nightwings proved their worth. Of their adversaries, the same cannot be said. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Blast you, Nightwings. Again, you cheated me. Have you no pride at all in this tradition? Suck it, Lendl. I am indebted to you all. Words fail me, but I shall try and force a few, as now I haven't long. The plan of which we're all a part, it cannot by its nature be dependent upon any given individual. That includes myself. We each face doubt from time to time. I became quite certain I would never see the Commonwealth again. The star is fading and all. That outcome would have been acceptable to me, provided that our plan prevailed. My agents in the Commonwealth, and those of you who managed to return, united, you, for certain, can achieve much more than I, or any one of us. Nevertheless, if I'm to be the next to return, then I've my work cut out for me, I think. Nightwings, this has been the greatest honor of my time. I now take my leave of you, to do my very utmost to ensure the sacrifices you have made for me, our nation, all of us, those sacrifices shall not be in vain. Then he reaches out to you alone.
Reader, until we stand again together.
With that, Volfred Sandalwood vanishes into the Shimmer Pool. He calls out from within as his return journey begins. Stand together, all of you, no matter what shall come. I shall see you on the other side. We may be separated soon by distance, but our purpose remains shared. Scribes guide you. Volfred earned back his freedom.
Godspeed, Volfred Sandal.
Your arms are so long!
Perhaps the scribes are watching, even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
Bonus point. Long have we sought to fathom all the darkest secrets hidden by the light of the stars. Now, at last, the stars themselves revoke their station in the night, and we have finally achieved an inkling of this. I don't salute. Ooh, sudden blast. Or wider angle blast. I want faster blast. The blastening.
Now take your execrable companion someplace else.
We prevailed in the liberation against the accusers. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Volfred. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. He hath passed from this place along with all his eccentricities. Surely the good Volfred would rather that we celebrate than grieve. You wonder who, if anyone, will be next to go. Your plan is well in motion. 84% now. With Volfred back in your country to lead the effort, I have confidence that you shall all prevail in this collective goal. Perhaps what is to become your Commonwealth is no longer in your hands. though you may still determine who remains here on the downside and who instead returns. Again, the stars are offering no chance at rest and urge you to press on. Please see where they would have you go. Current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall come very soon. There's three choices. Dissidents, the Tempers, or the Pyre Hearts. Let's fight the Dissidents again. Now, the stars bid you to return to the Glade of Lu, where you shall stand against the Dissidents. Your adversary, Barker Ashpaws, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. His last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. The exiles of the downside striving to be free, your adversaries, your companions, even you yourself are running out of time. Indeed we are. But right now, dear Twitch chat, I think it is time that we took a quick break here. So we're about 2 hours into the broadcast. I need to refill the leg, stretch the water, grab a quick bite of snackery-do or something. I'll be back in a few minutes to continue our journey here in the downside and advance our way towards yet another liberation rite. Back in a few, folks. BRB. Webcam. Alright, Twitch chat, we're back. Thank you for hanging out while I got some tea. Harik is here. Following Volfred's liberation, the lone minstrel has returned to the wagon, and it stands as though nothing has happened here this night. He tilts his head as you approach. Once more, the Nightwings have prevailed in the liberation rite under your mindfulness, reader. A commendable achievement. Surely Volfred shall live out his days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps he may now seek Tizo there in your commonwealth. I should think Tizo would have liked to witness what took place this night. I trust that together they shall make a formidable difference to the plan which all of you endeavor to achieve. Now, for the time, Celeste and I are to return to our respective stations. We all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. May you prevail once more when next we traverse Scribe's Gate. Until then, reader, rest well under the stars. And a few pages to read. Foraged findings. There is a simple pleasure to be found in foraging about this place. Easy for a cur to say, of course. Though barren looking to the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. It was a nose for treasure, after all, which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found in this place would fetch a reasonable sum in soul, whether because they shine with inner light or due to other special properties. I have observed that stardust, freshly fallen from the heavens, sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I have not found a use for it as yet, although because it brings me faith, perhaps I have indeed. The Tattered Mantle. Well known is the treachery of the Rope Collar, who conspired against the Emperor of Sar and set in motion the Empire's collapse. The knave did journey to the downside after us. Our paths they never crossed, though he did meet his end. He wore the Tattered Mantle, wrought by the first Empress and worn in every generation hence. The living mantle whispered wisdom in its wearer's ear, but in the downside it cried out instead in protest. When the Rope Collar retreated to his horrid isle far at sea, the mantle gained new life, conjoining with the native imps. The Imp Titan was born, and grasped then the Rope Collar in its first and last embrace. On history, in the words of Trieste Tithys. This book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It is to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inextricably with us. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along your path. Reveal not the rites themselves nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed. Any such attempts shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom may yet lurk a much darker desire to undo that which we strive to do. Interesting. No undoing, they say. At dawn, our companions are prepared to depart. Our travels are to take us back to the Glade of Lu, but soon after the stars shall draw us here again. Perhaps immediately after. The hidden Glade of Lu is nigh impossible to find on foot, though there it lies below us, protected even now by the enchantment of Lu's glory and 100 mines. I understand the river named for him is rather famous in your commonwealth. The mouth of that river Sklorian opens wide not very far from here. It was there that limbless Erizek was defeated, turning the region lush and livable, at least for certain denizens. Although, of course, not everyone believes this. Your adversaries, the dissidents, must be working to find their way here even now. No good fortune in your right against them, reader. Surveying Needlefield. Having reached Needlefield, you decide to accompany Sir Gilman for a walk amongst the untamed flora. If what you say is true, Master Reader, then this knight truly has much more to understand. By the time we return to the wagon, we sense he gained a deeper understanding of it all. 700 enlightenment for Gilman. Good for him. And a convo with the snake. Gilman is training intently when we approach. Master Reader, this knight was so engulfed in memories of the Sea Dominion that he failed to detect your stealthy advance on his position. Splendidly done. This knight would have been vanquished by you, easily. This knight is fortunate to have you as an ally rather than a mortal foe. His kind routinely clamors from the depths of the Sea Dominion to seek greater glory and perhaps a slightly longer life expectancy within your Commonwealth. Such an honor it would be to be assigned the rank of knight and be conscripted into the front lines of the Commonwealth against their vicious winged enemies. In the Sea Dominion, it was our ultimate goal to fight our way to the surface, past our brethren, past the razor reefs, the strangle kelp, the snagglefins that prey upon our kind. Sir Gilman continues listing undersea dangers and terrors for quite a while. Past the blood sniffers, the electric scallops, sounds tasty, the rogue worms of the frigid current, the paralyzing nets of the far fishers, and even past the scalding waters of the glowing trench. Finally, he trails off. Yet, despite the myriad challenges of living in the Sea Dominion, it is each would-be Worm Knight's duty to abandon that place at his or her soonest convenience. How humorous it was to learn that life within your Commonwealth had quite a bit in common with our existence under sea. 'Twas not all pomp and glory as the stories told. Perhaps it is our lot as Worm Knights to bring strife with us wherever we should go. For even here, it seems, our kind pitted both against our brethren and against all others. Oh well, it is fortunate that this knight found within this place so fine a company as yours. It is a most different change of pace to strive toward a common purpose, rather than strive constantly to outperform each other towards one's own self-gain. Although, to the extent we are competing still, this knight shall ever strive to take the lead. Make no mistake, Mr. Reader. This knight was born to be the best, just like all the billions like him. Now he is off to steal himself. Your pardon, Master Reader. He scoots off somewhere to continue with his self-made training regimen, making him faster. Temporarily.
Hey guys, now don't tell me, but I ain't seeing that old Mr. Sandalwood with the rest of you. He finally got out of here or what? Well, good for him, I guess, as long as he don't take all the rest of you with him. Know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Great taste. Oh.
Pleasure was all mine and Dad's. You guys?
By now, having to make preparations for the rites has become second nature to your companions. They go about the process efficiently, and this time in almost total silence. You cannot shake the sense that the routine shall not go on much longer. Bertrude approaches and confirms to you that the Nightwing sigil is set. Everything should be in order.
The remaining stars shine brightly still. Not for much longer, it would seem. Ugh. We have watched the splendor of the stars each night unfailing since we were a tad. We shall savor the remaining opportunities.
You and Bertrude stand together in silence for a time, looking for the stars above to show some indication the rite is to commence. It is taking too long. Concern begins to well up in you, but then... Alright, can we beat them with Eastlock? That is the question.
Reader, It seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Some of us. Well now, it's time we went another round in, is it, mates? Don't know how many more of these we got in us these days. So how about we make this one a real kicker, eh? Come on then, Nightwings, do your worst. I want to see you try and do some proper damage. You guys are gonna be fast.
Choose now your band of traitors.
Oh, you specifically want me to equip this one? Don't I have Nay's unique thing? I guess not.
Bartrude.
Aimita.
Pamatha.
Courage.
Nay needs a little up. But no, I better take the fast guy.
Sir Gilman.
Gilman also needs a level up.
Predictably.
If this shall be our final right against the dissidents, then let us conduct it with all due glory and more.
All right then, mates. You ready? You ready? Let's make those blasted stars up there go wet themselves.
Okay.
Begin.
Whoa.
The Nightwings are first to strike the adversary's flame. Oh my word. Deliverance.
He's so fast. That's overpowered, man. Oi, not bad, I gotta say. Go on now, you keep at it, Barker boy. Just like if dear old mom were here, you just keep at it now, you understand? No pressure now, no pressure, eh? All right, mates, time to get real angry now and show 'em what for. Let's boil some blood. Blood boiling, go. And yeah, the AI are a bit more active, for sure. They're doing stuff.
Who? Bertrude.
Sure do like the aura casts.
How utterly brazen.
All right, Gilman, you got it.
Like that, and we are finished here.
Boing.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail again. They vastly outperformed their adversaries. The ceremony.
I mean, the
is
dissidents had
complete.
several chances to score. They just didn't.
Ye dissidents, ye conducted here with such fury and such desperation, we must commend ye for it, despite the outcome.
I guess that's that. The dissidents, they won't have much of any chance of getting out of here anymore, will they? This night declares the taste of victory is sweet indeed.
Can feel me blood still boiling after that. Would rather get snuffed that flame of yours, but hey, be seeing you around these parts. Come on, mates, let's get out of here.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
This knight is the epitome of indomitable spirit. He has achieved the culmination of his training. How wonderful a feeling, having nothing left to learn, Master Reader. Nothing whatsoever. This knight highly recommends it. infinite stamina if all of his allies are banished. That's kind of cool.
Praise be to Under King Horus.
Cannot rise in rank. You're wrecked.
Now take your sordid business someplace else.
Okay. Inside the wagon, having prevailed over the dissidents, Pamitha is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others. When the lone minstrel seeks us out. Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please come have a look outside. Yeah, it's already time, right? Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as ever you have seen. It's time. The golden star is alight once more. As expected. And wait, Dalbert is here. We haven't seen Dalbert in a while. What's up, Dalbert?
Será temperus.
The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such a time as it shall shudder to a halt. He makes a sound then, almost like a laugh. I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought focus on the path in front of him. When we set forth to walk along an labored path, it can be all too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk while casting down our gaze and while resisting well the urge to look too far ahead, we may make steady, careful progress. Soon enough, we may arrive where we endeavored. The lone minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when first daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. The Glade of Lu. Never have I witnessed an affront to nature, mine and everyone's, quite like the poisoned woods of limbless Arizak, the root titan, in his suffocating influence. I shall leave it to boastful Underking to tell you more of Arizek's vanquishing, while I will tell you something of the glade that he protected, which became my own, for my own genealogy now occupies the soil there, and strives forevermore to prevent Arizek from taking root again. The brambles of the glade are constantly encroaching on themselves, then falling once again to dust. This miraculous cycle, reflected in the starlight piercing through the canopy, needs to be witnessed whenever the stars invite an audience. Islak Astralborn. Foul name of the Star Titan is written here but once. Do not invoke it, lest you aid its reawakening. It sups upon despair and fear, and doubt, and lands such as our own. 'Twas our mighty mistress Milithy which tracked the astral-born monstrosity within its loathsome pit, where it lay nursing wounds sustained from traveling across the stars in search of simple prey. The wicked astral-born could drive a lesser creature to the brink of sanity with a mere passing glance, but not Milithy. She cast upon the fiend 100 words of binding, each one more binding than the last. With the creature's incandescent skin, we bound this book and bound ourselves unto the stars. So this book is bound with Islak's skin. Interesting. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False night wings. Orlek calls down to you from atop his wagon. Again you seek to climb that cursed mountain beneath us. Again you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Till then. So yes, I figured there'd be one more liberation rite against him. Nay some favor. You make landing on Sacred Mount Elodial after your encounter with Orlek.
Siu Tamta.
Orlek spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy and let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his.
Brotato.
For the time, it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Dalbert and the Fate upon the summit, but first we may prepare. Seek the Worm Scribe's favor. Later that afternoon, you accompany Nay through the narrow passageways of Temple Cistern to the monument of Under King Orys. O scribes, if it truly is your will that the cycle of the rites shall soon be ended, then I look forward to its glorious conclusion. May the worthiest among us reap your generous blessings, and may we all, who are so fortunate to be a part of your traditions, bear you in our hearts forever. Return to the wagon after she has finished paying her respects. Nay seems to be talking to the Black Wagon's walls again, though this time something seems to have come over her. Little brother, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? You're unsure whether to check with her or leave her be. You sense now is not the time to interrupt, and that Nay is on the verge of confronting some long-dormant emotions, which she ought face. They always said there was something wrong with me, but they wouldn't really tell me what. They would just say they just said I was moon-touched, but so what? So then the scribes, they called me here. They are the ones who brought me here, not those people. They were so cruel. They were always so cruel. I didn't have a little brother at the time, not that I recall, really, although so much of it back then I can't tell how much of it I dreamt. Most of it I didn't want to be true. But I remember that they threw me out. They decided they would throw me out and let the scribes take care of me, they said. The scribes, they would take care of me. It was so very quiet here, and I was all alone again, and I thought, although I liked it more, being alone down here than being alone back there. Everybody's alone down here, and so it makes me feel less alone somehow. Back there, why, I would sometimes see families, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers. But here, there's hardly anyone. But I knew that I was closer to the scribes, and I knew that they were in the sky above, and so I did search for them up there, you know. And one night I found them. I saw the stars, and they were falling to the ground, and I thought, why is it the scribes themselves are crying? Are they sad, maybe? Are they sad for me? Well, that was when I first saw you, little brother. With your help, I would get closer to the scribes. That way, maybe they could answer all my questions, don't you think? But I'm so very glad I found you and the others. I'm finally not alone. I'm finally not alone, and more importantly, I think sometimes I even feel that way, that I'm not alone. Maybe as we get closer, maybe I'll get to feel that way more often, being here or being anywhere with you and all my friends. He falls silent. Though we were concerned for her at first, we see now that she is at peace. He wanders off, paying us no notice in the least. Good for her. Let's see here. Alright, let's give Nay more quickness. This 26. She'll be very fast then. Good for her. We have to set one of these three free, probably. Maybe we'll set free Pamitha then. Yeah, we can raise her. Me? Oh, of course. Please tell me something I don't know, because there's lots of it. I feel so overwhelmed, I think, because the scribes, I think they speak to me and lift me up. Whenever I begin, I think I'm going to fall. If Nay is banished while jumping, she shall instantly return at the origin of her jump. Slow down nearby adversaries while sprinting. That sounds good. Thank you, because I think you said a lot of things I never realized. The Scribe's Gate. This imp was personally sent by Volfred himself to fill us in on the latest happenings with him since he was liberated. On arriving in the Commonwealth, he was taken in with open arms and soon offered a seat among the Justices of Peace. He admits he was quite taken aback by everything at first. But he, of course, refused, stating his belief that the traditions of the Commonwealth had been corrupted. Such remarks put him in real danger. In the next moment, however, he was whisked to secrecy and safety by his sons and daughters of the Revolution in a daring raid. The Commonwealth claims he perished in the Brazen Act. Now Volfred continues his work to find a way to bring home all the rest of you and to transform the Commonwealth according with his plan. Have faith, we shall prevail together in the end, he says. Unsurprising, from all our years we know him for a stubborn sort. His will cannot be shaken. The scribes are guarding him, they're on his side. I know they are because they told me so. I heard them, I just know. Glory be to our companion Volfred. Though he may be a traitor in the strictest sense, this knight and all of us do know his cause is just. Just what? He has his convictions, I'll give him that, but convictions can't erase the centuries of enmity between my people and the Commonwealth. May the scribes keep watching over you wherever you may go, sir, even if the rites themselves shall cease, ere your plan is achieved in full. The news of Volfred's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with determination. The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat and hurries away. Companions gain one more hope for the next ride. Excellent. Hey there, Twinge. Good to see ya. Did you know you're actually the reason I'm playing this game? Because you streamed the first half and then stopped streaming, and I never figured out how the game ended, so I had to do it myself. So, a round of thanks to Dark Twinge, because without Twinge I wouldn't be playing this game at all. We are returned once more to Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you, Tariq. This has to be one of our final meetings.
Salutium, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards, I would have words with you in private, if you please. It seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq, but I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate. Just too much text for you at the time? Well, that makes sense, actually. That's completely reasonable. It's quite hard on the throat. I'm cool that they were, it's cool that they were able to achieve full voice acting for Hades and Hades 2. While still keeping the text quantity very high. Once more, your companions cross the gate, one after another, and once more we follow them in turn. Celeste regards us all and then waves us through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. And Tariq?
Samea.
I, Celeste? You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours.
Felamta, Ceres.
Certainly, Celeste.
Acertava.
Everyone, I shall see you shortly.
From the plains that sleep below to the canyons open wide, hear the song of gentle morning for the lost.
Oh, hey, guys, it's gotten real cold again up here. But it's worth it, let me tell you. Got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating just a little since I've been waiting here a little while, I guess, but you buying anything?
Maybe. We got permanent presence and more temporary quickness and such. Let's grab as many of these as we can. We have lots of money. Touch. This one presents. Who wants permanent presence? So I'll give it to Nay. And you're going to get quickness for the next right. Just to be sure I can win.
30 quickness on Nay. That is a very fast lady.
You
guys again sometime soon, maybe. Okay, because I gotta say, you're my favorite customers I had all week. With a question mark. Commence the liberation rite. Time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries the fate achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel returns. There's something I wish to ask you, reader, something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. You've observed the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? 2 remain, including this one now. You tell him the only logical deduction which you have been able to make based on all your readings of the stars is that there shall be one final liberation rite after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, reader, sir. I wish to make certain that you are aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. As to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth. We are definitely not having Islock help out our opponents. Please and thank you.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
I'm obliging so hard right now. The pyres burn and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. Then, anointed of the fate, come forth and declare yourself. Dalbert steps forward and struggles for a moment with his mask. Greetings, good heralds. I am called Dalbert Oldheart. It is the greatest honor of my years to stand upon this sacred site upon which the 8 scribes first anointed these glorious proceedings. Nightwings, we are honored to be in your presence. Father, they are our adversaries, not our hosts. We need not be gentle with them. One of them is my friend, though. Dalbert, your son speaks out of turn. Control him. My sincerest apologies for his unnecessary outburst. Almer, please, we have worked toward this opportunity and we must make the most of it. My son and I stand ready to begin. Good. And the imp. I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader. And I wish you to come prepare our song with me, Tariq. It's singing
Whom shall you
time.
attempt to send home this time?
I think it's going to be Pamitha, because I want the other 3 to be our final exiles here.
Pamitha.
So I'm going to get my shot at all this then. How very thoughtful of you, reader darling.
Who shall lend her support?
Chan says, I wonder if there are situations where we lose to make the story outcome more positive. I also wonder this. I also wonder what the story looks like if you always lose.
Nay.
I can help, I think. Can you now? You're even faster than Gilman, apparently. That's kind of absurd. I want to see that in action.
Bertrude.
For that one and for the reading one, we shall do this.
Fine.
We give thanks to have this opportunity to face you, O Nightwings. Now let us strive to our fullest capacity, with honor and with grace. Save your strength for the right, Father, and for the voyage home. Let this be our final battle. Disco Elysium meets FIFA Soccer. Yeah.
Commence.
It was fast. Get wrecked, buddy. Good try. You could do this, Elmer. I believe in you. Wait, what? What are you talking about? This is the Liberation Rite. What are you doing? I think you're my friend, Elmer, and so I'm hoping for the best for you and for your father. He believes in you, and so do I. But we have to do our very best as well, and I know we cannot all prevail. Only the Fate or the Nightwings, but not both. This outburst seems to have disarmed everyone. We all have to do our very best. And then the scribes, they're going to watch over us and make everything okay. You'll see, Elmer, you'll see. He puts her mask back on. Cannot tell if this helped or hindered us. Hear us now, O noble Jomor, for we beseech you, surely we cannot prevail without your aid. If ever you have heard my prayers, I beg of you, please smile upon us now. Whether from his prayer to the scribes or simply from Dalbert's resolve, something comes over your fellow exiles here. If they are banished now, they shall not soon return.
It is at last. The blasted Nightwings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the Liberation Rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Alas, my son, once more it seems I have failed you. Mother, wait! What good is freedom to us anyway if we would be apart? So what am I supposed to give, a speech or something then? Peter, darling, all of you, look. I've no idea why you picked me. Well, I do have one, but I don't think it's right. If you'd wanted to get rid of me by now, you needn't have gone to such lengths. And so I'm left only to conclude that you did this for me. The years I spent down here, in one sense, they have all been such a waste. Just utterly for nothing. Spectacularly so. I thought that my relationship with Temitha had nowhere left to go but up, but, well, you know, not quite the case. But then I think on what would have become of me, and had I made no attempt to set things right, had I not done everything I have. I could not have lived with that, I think. I was so certain that my life would end down here. I'm only now beginning to consider that the opposite may have come true instead. What I'm trying to say is, thanks to all of you. I mean that. Now, I guess I'd better head on back to that damn Commonwealth, so bottoms up. He plunges into the waters of the Shimmer Pool and disappears from view. We'll have to see what we can do up there, provided that my sisters haven't had their way with it just yet. Anyway, let's find a way to keep in touch, but just in case, goodbye. May Pamitha return in glory.
Godspeed, Pamitha Thane. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
Why do I only get a message for Bertrude? Yeoman can't rise in rank either, but you didn't tell me that.
Yeah, my father.
Father, wait! Calm yourself, my son. The Liberation Rite is over. But no, how can you be so calm, even now after what happened? Did you strive this night with all your heart, Almer? Yes, but it was not enough. It was not enough. No, my son, it was enough. It was more than enough. Father? You return to the wagon having prevailed against the fates. I had a good feeling this would happen.
Would that we make good of all such incidents.
You succeeded in liberating Pamatha, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. Soon you shall be summoned back to Mount Elodiel for one final liberation rite, and thus one final chance to influence the outcome of the plan, which currently stands at 93. So many events already in motion, but even as you wait for them to happen, as they will, there is still something vital you can do. Now, reader, if you please, I fear the stars have little patience left. You turn back towards the darkness to look upon the last few stars. Determine where they lead. Okay, so we do have one final inconsequential match. Presumably this is the last non-liberation rite. I'd like to face the essence. Gorgon Socks, thanks for the Prime sub in 15 months. Once more, you are to face the essence then, although I wonder. I apologize, I was lost in thought for a moment. Let us make way for the spring of Jomur when everyone is feeling more refreshed, as much as possible. The lone minstrel has returned already to the wagon. Your companions are most grateful to you, reader. Would that Ruki could have been here with the rest of them to witness Pamatha's glorious return. I trust they shall soon reunite there in your commonwealth, where they may yet contribute to the outcome of the plan, and thus create a place that welcomes all. May you and your companions continue to prevail thus. For now, Celeste and I will return to our respective roles until we meet for the final time at Scribe's Gate. Rest well for now, reader. He bids you a good rest of the night. Slug markets. There are many natives in this land with some capacity for thought, an oddly keen instinct for the mercantile. Suspicious creatures, but not disagreeable, not entirely. From time to time we make exchange with them. They lust for coins, for the imperial soul, though why they do not say. We speculate it is a delicacy. It serves us little purpose here, while their slug market wares are sometimes valuable. Creatures appear drawn to places where the heavens shine the brightest, perhaps because they know we are as well. What they want exactly is unclear. We taught them of our lands, yet they remain preoccupied with simpler things. Ingenious imps. Special mention must be given to the downside's most prolific native creature, what we call the imp. With all respect to our comrade Haul, an imp himself possessing of extraordinary intellect, most imps are driven by the simplest impulses: to eat, to drink, to procreate, to move, to survive. These creatures then are symbols of this place. They are far more resilient than they seem. Though wild by their nature, they, like all of us, can learn. Haub insists that imps are willing to be put to work. Like other aspects of the downside, they much wish more than to exist, but to exist with purpose. Talismans. Survival often is conflated with the physical. When we think of survival, we assume the need to sustain our bodies or to improve our bodies. The strong survive. But, and take it from an alpha chief, there are different kinds of strength. The spirit is what drives us. By comparison, the body's impulses are weak. Here in the downside, faith is found in limited supply. Trinkets and mere baubles and trinkets that would barely fetch a price in our homeland. Here are talismans. Seek talismans that mean something to you. Hold on to one that you hold dear. It shall reward you with reminders of your faith, your power, your potential. On legacy, in the words of Trieste Tithys. Reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free, then join with others such as you and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here. who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. All right, let us proceed then to what is presumably our penultimate match. You are to set forth from the spring of Jomor for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. You can hear the angry hissing coming from Udmildi all the way from your position. Ye think mayhaps the skies belong to ye. Foolish. The skies and everything above them and below belong to the Astral-born. Ye shall be smitten from his skies on his awakening. Now be gone. Look, I didn't know you were there, okay? Foolish. Samurai warrior. Ron with a special offer, huh? Sign me up. You shall likely have to suffer his small talk. Oh, hey guys, funny running into you here. You guys all right? Anyways, I gotta say, I got just a thing for you, mint condition. And though I haven't seen it exactly, I'm really sure it's something good, okay? So you want it or what? He's offering a sealed talisman. Oh, I'm not allowed to buy it. I could sell things to buy it, but I am not able to do that right now. That's a shame. That's okay, you guys, because somebody's gonna buy it. Anyway, let's go find him, Dad. Goes on his way. Can I mentor... Yeah, let's mentor Nay. Maybe she'll be a max level for the final rite then. You would teach me more about the rites? I would. The orb is from the stars, I think, or maybe even is one? Maybe. Nay getting an edumacation. Guys, hell, can't help but wondering whatever happened to that number with the wings. And you know the one? I guess she's kind of pretty, maybe? She's still around by any chance? Because, well, anyways. Plus 10. Wow. I got no money. Oh.
Great taste. Great taste.
You guys have a good day out there. Time for the rite. After making all necessary preparations, we wait. It's quieter even than usual. It's quiet. Too quiet. I have checked, and it appears as though the essence have not arrived yet, reader sir. There is no sign of Temetha or everyone, or anyone. Their sigil is not set. If what he says is true and our adversaries are not present, then we win. Yay! Nope, looks like we gotta play. Alright, I'll play.
Reader, the Commonwealth, your home. Today it is aflame. much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
The rite is set to commence, but your adversaries they have failed to show. Then the foes we were to stand against this night have ceded their remaining chance at victory? Indeed, as the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirates whom you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer. Ametha, you wonder whether she would give up on the rites like that. Her fixation on the Commonwealth seemed not easily dissuaded, though perhaps she decided to pursue revenge some other way. In any case, we have begun the ceremony here, and so I ask that we end it. Okay, I'll just dunk the ball a couple times.
Now, your band of traitors.
Terios?
Sir Gilman. Bertrude. It is done.
We take no pleasure suffering out a flame disowned.
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail by default.
We do win! Hooray!
Not that their adversaries even care.
By the scribes, is this truly what they wanted?
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
There we get nothing.
You may go now at your earliest convenience.
Alright. I guess we'll just skip to the final battle then. No one speaks further of the essence back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that is to come. It's true then. This is going to be our last chance to go home? The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us. He looks over to you. Please look forth, reader, sir, and see this for yourself. You may as well surmise where we are going next. The others turn to you as well. You turn towards the wagon door. You know what you shall see out there. But now the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the endpoint of your path. You see plain the golden star of Solium. Look upon it for the last time. This is it. Challenge the true Nightwings. You are summoned to the Fall of Solium for the 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that if the rites shall ever commence again, it will not be during your lifetime or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars revealed to you one thing more. The adversary whom you face will be Oralek. Already he awaits our arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. It is a shame that we should have to confront Oralek in the end. Our goals should never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodiel to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get someone home. But who? But who indeed?
Foolish reader.
Foolish.
Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
By dawn, you're already up and about after a troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for the final voyage to the Fall of Solium. No one speaks. Go time. The lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood.
Liberatus.
Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now.
Tristatage.
I think it may befit the circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it if I were to play this song for the Nightwings? By all means.
When the stars align, the rights shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but three shall be as one. Freedom in flame, the end has just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make a great. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
That's it, huh? You touch down amidst the splendor of Mount Elodiel to make pilgrimage for one last time. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Seek the Cur Scribe's favor. Glory to the 8 Scribes, for you have chosen me to be a witness to the ending of the cycle of the rites. We have followed on your path and in your path, and now we have arrived upon the site at which the cycle first began. Always have we done our utmost to honor you, and to honor the traditions you describe within the sacred book, which one day I should like to read myself. Whatever shall transpire in the coming nights is your will, and I shall accept it, even if I strive with all my heart for all my friends. Soon she is finished. We return to the wagon in silence. At dawn, we shall begin our last ascent. Nay gets more presence, which is good, and yes, we can mentor her to max level, which is great. Nay seems to be speaking to herself again. Mercy, freedom, they're intertwined. Mercy shall engender union among all our different kind. Mercy shall engender union among all our different kind. She is reciting passages from the Book of Rites, though to your knowledge she cannot read. Freedom to the worthy. The downside cannot let us all go free. Thus, freedom to the worthy. Is that not so, O Saint Triesta? Is that not the conclusion which you formed with your 7 most trusted friends? She pauses for a while, as though listening, and nods her head from time to time. Yes, I see. Well, I am ever grateful to you, Saint Triesta, for your guidance and your presence. And I wish all your friends safe passage there among the stars. It must be so very beautiful up there. With your wings you can fly freely, can't you, Saint? You can visit me any time, come and go as you please, from the stars all the way there. You do not need a pair of wings in order to be free, I know. And yet sometimes I wish I was like you, or like Miss Pamitha. But I know I am the way I am because I'm meant to be this way, and I know that you are always watching. So thank you, Saint Triesta. Thank you and your friends. She wanders out into the afternoon. In the Commonwealth, her unwavering faith in the 8 Scribes would have been seen as a delusion. Such prayer or communion was forbidden. Scribes were mythical figures, but even they worshipped the stars, and it was the stars that lighted the way for the founders of the Commonwealth, or so its leaders taught. Alright, time to rank up, lady. You and Nay go over her understanding of her aura and its connection to her presence, both physical and spiritual. Blessed are the scribes, whose eternal wisdom shines on us through the stars and illuminates the path to our salvation. Wait, what did I just say? That was strange. I feel invigorated? Faster casting, sure. My aura, I think that maybe it reflects how the scribes see me? Maybe. Only the worthy may pass through the gates. Another messenger imp with news of Pamitha. She found herself back in the homeland of her enemies, where despite her connection to the High Ring remnants, her past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council, given her unique backgrounds. Yet she refused to cooperate, instead demanded to be reunited with her sister Tamitha. But when they threatened her with a resentencing into exile and insisted that she take the opportunity, Pamitha said at last that she would think it over and return with a decision soon. Next she was seen was amongst Volfred's sons and daughters of the Revolution, where it is said she has attached her loyalty, at least for the time. We thank the imp. I wonder where her sister is right now. I'm sure she cares for Pamitha, I'm sure of it. We suspect the ancient enmity between the winged and the flightless shall not soon be resolved, if ever at all. Never once before had this knight felt even a thing for our most bitter enemies, and yet, having known Pamitha proved eye-opening indeed for this knight. In spite of some mixed feelings, the news of Pamitha's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with determination, giving us hope. You stand before the scribe's gate. The gate guardian is there as ever, but you sense something different in her. The exiles of the Nightwings. We shall not meet again after this coming rite. Tariq and I. It shall be time we take our rest, I think.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus. We have a duty to uphold Tariq. And then what, Celeste? And then nothing, not for the rights or for us, not till the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwing, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her now with sureness in their step. May I speak first? My name is Nay, and I'm here because the scribes, this is the path that they have shown me, and all of us. I like it when they call to me. We are called Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business. Sir Gilman of the Sea Dominion at your service. This knight's never-ending quest for honor shan't end here, yet first he has a noble duty to uphold. Finally, we step forth once more. You, a common wanderer, who vowed to help his friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The gate guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. I thought you said... The rites are not yet ended, Tariq. He looks to her, then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. Gate Guardian and Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th and final time. And Ron is here. The Beyonder Crystal seeks me. Wait, what? Hey guys, I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess. This hasn't been the same, you know, what with the stars fading out and stuff. Looks like a Hades ripoff. You mean the game that Supergiant made immediately prior to Hades? Yes. Yes, it was made by the people who made Hades, before they made Hades. And in fact, they reused many of the sound effects from this game in Hades. Anyways, just wanted to say, guys, you guys are great. And I sure am going to miss having you guys as customers and all that. But I got some good news, though, too. All my stuff, it's on sale now. And I'll throw a little extra there just for you, okay? Embarrassed forever? That's all right. You correctly recognized there was a connection here with Hades. So, you have at least some observational skills that are accurate. Henceforth, all of Falcon Garon's goods are 5% off for the going out of business sale. Thanks. Oh, and he's got a gigantic mound of Stardust that can max out a talisman. Good for him. Good for him. But I have some important stuff to do. Wait, do these stack? Yes. Okay. All right. You know what? I find it extremely funny to have Gigane. All right. Look at the stats on this lady. Excellent. All right. Nay's going to do it all. The power. The power. The absolute power. Not only does she have a PhD in the rights, but now she has steroids.
Hate the televoice.
Not a lot of customers today. Not even me. Commence the final liberation, where Nay shall single-handedly crush her opponents. We have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time. Few stars remain above to light our way as we await the commencement of the final rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps a bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Oh, I forgot the crystal. Crap.
Negaratus.
Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go.
Yara amitage.
I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up and extends his hand in friendship. We clasp it. I guess I could quit out. I can load checkpoint. Let's do that real quick. See where that takes me. I do want to seek the Beyonder Crystal. Okay, cool. Might have to feed Nay the stuff again. No, okay, even better. Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So let me be blunt. Please listen for a moment, then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. I sense the blinds that form the rites becoming weak. Which means soon you will not need me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. For some of my Beyonders, it shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, will remain. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take the stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have, each time their stay among the Nightwings reached an end. Soon the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep me trapped. I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice, but I would prefer to do so in your company. For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. I have no wish to see you gain in years and to eventually decay while I remain unchanging. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact. Even if those years are to be brief, they shall afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware that I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life, however you see fit. For your own sake, may all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow. And in considering life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then once again I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could, and I would like to have that as an option, more than not. My request here is a selfish one, for there is little I can offer in exchange, other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? You could always try to sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposition. What do you say? Yeah, I'm in. You grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound as though surprised. Thank you, reader. She's at a loss for a moment, but then, let us go then from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. She disappears into the stone. For now, we take the Beyonder Crystal with us. Neat. Alright, now for real, commence the final liberation.
Negaratus.
Leader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go.
Yara
I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well, this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up and extends a hand in friendship. We clasp it. You see that Sir Gilman has joined you. All your companions are there with him. Master Reader, it has been this night's greatest honor to have served with you. Let this be our most glorious stand yet. Reading one, thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee, and we are grateful. Oh, hi, mister. The others, they said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you. So, here I am. You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite.
Ceramiscus.
Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other again soon. He departs. After this night, the outcome of Volfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. I'm gonna get you. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. We shall reunite someday. So who's last to go up? I think it's going to be Bertrude. Because I think it's hilarious to set her free, mostly.
Look for one last time upon the fall of
Sir Gilman
Solium,
specifically
dear
requested that
reader.
we not free him, so
Hear me
he's
for
staying.
one last time. For soon the few remaining stars shall fade away,
Unless we lose.
leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land.
Do you really think drugged up Nay is going to
Deserve
lose?
be.
He's OP.
The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down.
He's 34
The
speed.
exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
A red pyre, I like that. The pyres burn and each of the triumvirants is present and prepared. Not another word. The demon Oralek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it, here upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then he dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they caused. Got plus 40, huh? Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else this exile Orlek shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision. Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. It is now time to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you will remain in the downside until the end of days. Bertrude. Gilman. Nay. Your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends, together you have come this far. But now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. It seems both cruel and unfair to make such a decision. Is there no other way? Is there another way? Having to make this last decision is unconscionable. It's too much. You hesitate, but then you sense a reassuring voice from very far away enter your thoughts. Do not give in, reader. Do not give in. We stand with you. The choice you are about to make, however you shall go about, and whatever the outcome, we understand. And so, you need not hesitate, and you need not explain. So please, trust in yourself. For all the rest of us, we trust in you. You cannot back down. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for
Set the snake lady free.
Too bad for the rest of you.
Indeed. Let's give her the solid object blast.
Bertrude.
We have no fondness for the Commonwealth, though should we return unto that realm, we shall endeavor to transform it in accordance with the plan. The choice is cast. As for the other companions, we sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Bertrude as well as you.
Who shall be at her side?
Giganay.
Nay.
Look at that aura. Oh my god. Blessed are the scribes who grant to me and all of us this final chance that we might free our dear friend Bertrude.
Sir Gilman.
Master Reader, this night is overflowing with resolve to see the goodly Bertrude return to rightful dignity and glory.
Ow.
Those are to be my adversaries, then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group?
You sense Auralex searching for you, almost reaching out to you.
You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you who would relinquish your own liberty for sake of them? Strange. It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you.
Then Auralex stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same.
By light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease.
Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite shall commence. Tariq, I am prepared, Celeste. Then let our song this evening shake the stars themselves. Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure of it.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Zippy. That was fast. Whoa! Big explosion. They're putting up a good fight, I gotta say. There we go. Definitely putting up a good fight. Gilman with power.
Die rains ash. Soon shall your Pyre's own mingle with them.
The skies begin to rain down fire, the final throes of the cycle of the rites, and the ending of the age. Okay, Nay is super powerful.
So the false Nightwings bear their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, damn you.
By the scribes. Twas almost cruel. Fear not the purifying flame.
Orlek stands, breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that is a smoldering pyre before returning his attention back to your triumvirates.
How he has changed, that Orlek. Grown old and bitter, lo these many years. Thrust straight into
He
your
gets some
veins.
points at least. For him.
And there it
The
is.
zoomies.
At last.
GG.
Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
A foreseeable outcome, and the one which we desired.
You look upon Brotato for what you expect shall be the last time you will see each other. Any moment now, the shimmer pool will engulf her. Any moment now, she shall return to glory and join with Volfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, at least until the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
A fortunate result now coupled with an inauspicious turn.
Each prior time upon the Fall of Solium, the shimmer pool opened following the liberation rite and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the shimmer pool will not reveal itself again. Orlek approaches, his head bowed.
The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last.
Then something else catches his notice. Wait. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The shimmer pool has appeared again. Blood red. Gertrude looks upon it, but it does not engulf her, or at least not yet.
It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes. This is not their greatest treachery. It is their greatest jest. The shimmer pool is flung wide open.
It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Orlek strides towards the shimmer pool, but... Halt, Orlek. Orlek glances over at the lone minstrel almost in surprise. The shimmer pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside and you shall surely drown. Of that I can assure you. Orlek laughs to himself at this. Then we have all been cheated. No, the shimmer pool is revealed and one of you may still return as planned. But as for who returns, someone shall have to choose. Ere the last light of the stars is extinguished and the rites cease to be, this is the final trial of the scribes. Final trial of the scribes? Then our confrontation, the liberation rites, it was all meaningless. No, the victor of the confrontation is the one to make the choice among those closest to the scribes, either the anointed or he who anointed them. Then we may still return, although perhaps the reading one may leave this place instead. Aye, it shall be either you, the reader, or... Shall be either or. Bertrude, please make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. We mislike having to rush unnecessarily, and yet we are decided here in this. We believe it ought to be the reading one which shall return. Go now from this place. Bertrude wishes to give up her freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, sir, the choice which Bertrude made, or rather the choice which she gave, is now yours to make instead. This choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this? Absurd. It may, until such a time as one of you is willing to accept the burden of the outcome. That is the trial, and I fear there is little time remaining now. Reader, if you and your companion are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, then I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? I can set Orlek free on purpose. He earned his rightful freedom long ago. He deserves his justice. Honestly, I kind of like setting Orlek free here. Especially after I kicked his ass. I choose Orlek. What? Orlek, do you accept the reader's choice, or shall you make another? No, I shall not make another. I accept the reader's choice, the reader's mercy. Then it is done. For a moment, Orlek appears at peace, and then he is gone. Accept this, for it is done.
Godspeed, Orlek. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished.
It's over.
The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become
Was him
of
and
us?
Volfred at the end? That's pretty poetic indeed.
Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
That night, the exile Orlek returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, were joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Sarian Union declared its sovereignty the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we shall remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. Oh, cool, and we get a final screen with all the characters, and we see who got freed and who didn't. Is there like a little bio for each? After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon and the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have also been taken. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there was such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly. Sandra has appeared before you. They are all so far from the mark with this nonsense, I am wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She's referring to the account of her. She senses she does not care for it. Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you at least in passing, when next they are at it. Though they shall never know even the half of it, shall they? Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happens. Humor her. You indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would make a too lascivious a tale to be told in such a format. She makes a bemused sound at this. Perhaps that story ought to get out then, to think that they would go to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, only to print such drivel. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now, and you tuck it away safe. That's great. Tell me about Sir Gilman. Oh, and they disappear too. So we're gonna get the bio on everybody. That's cool. The Worm Knight Sir Gilman had elected to go into exile as penance for his failure to uphold his military obligations to the Commonwealth. To him, earning back his freedom was tantamount to erasing the shame of his past. His honor was at stake more so than anything. Yet when it became clear to him that he would not go free again through the rites, he readily accepted the outcome, for he knew by then that much more was on the line. He regretted not having had a chance to contribute directly to the events that transpired in the Commonwealth, though he was pleased to hear the outcome. The conclusion of the rites and the fall of the Commonwealth made clear to him that his days as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstance, again requiring him to fight. But he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, though never found as skilled and motivating of a partner as his fleet-footed friend Rookie Greentail, whom he remembered fondly. From time to time, he would seek guidance from one of his former comrades, Big Bertrude, much his elder, and a wellspring of perspective on life decisions. He was always grateful for the counsel of the reader, and would regale him over and over about the time they squashed the spawn of unfathomed plurns. He wasted no time dwelling on his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. The other Worm Knights stayed well clear of him. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. he was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Aside from that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed each day. Tell me of his commander. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He'd escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he'd escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he'd escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes vanished along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that at last there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. Having heard that Sir Gilman had also remained behind, Deluge made a point of avoiding him at all costs. Nonetheless, they ran into each other once riding a cold current in the Sea of Solace. The meeting was terse and cordial. Deluge ended up apologizing profusely for mistreating his fellow Worm Knight, and that was the end of it. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him, for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Oh, well, good for them, I guess. Tell me of the sisters. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by one goal, to return to the Commonwealth and exact vengeance on her ancient enemies. When she realized the rites had ended and that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after their liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth defenses and revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The Highwing remnants thus prevailed at last without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned her blood sister, Pamitha, was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was skeptical of this, but as similar reports kept mounting, she soon accepted the prevailing opinion, however grudgingly. Once a messenger imp arrived bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha, but Tamitha turned it away. She would not give in to an impulse to forgive. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. After regaining her freedom, Pamitha found herself in a difficult position, and with a new haircut apparently. Having once betrayed her people of the Highwing remnants, she knew she would not be welcome in her native home. She didn't trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Volfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill their plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success. Pamitha stood shoulder to shoulder with her other fellow former exiles, and truly they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that that night the Highwing remnants were slated to mount an assault, which for some reason never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterward, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between the Highwing remnants and the new nation that would become our Saurian Union. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led her to exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time while traveling with the Nightwings. Under these new set of circumstances, it turned out the two had more to talk about and rather more in common. They would often put to test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which of them prevailed in that contest. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the Highwing remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. She held out a hope that she might see her blood sister Tamitha there, knowing full well that Tamitha had not regained her freedom. Tamitha did later learn that Pamitha was welcomed back by their people. However, she never responded to her blood sister's attempts to contact her. Pamitha, in turn, did not expect forgiveness. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out, she said, to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, for she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Saurian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Oh, he gets his own... Can you separately liberate both of these two? Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Tell me about Nay.
Concealed Avidias?
Liberated both sisters and Pamitha still wasn't forgiven? That's kind of the impression that I got. Is that there would not be forgiveness. Long after the rites had ended, Nay admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home again. At least she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Through it all, she would wonder how her little friend Tizo had fared. While they were divided now by a great distance, he always remained in her heart. Though they could not see each other any longer, Nay often thought about Jardariel and spoke to her as though she were there. Nay tried never to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Miss Jardariel might say. Whenever she felt genuine doubt, which was not very often, she sought out the reader of the Nightwings. If there was anyone she trusted as much of the scribes, it was his. One day, she encountered one of her former adversaries, called Almer Oldheart, who had served the Fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, although only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites and their different points of view about the scribes formed the basis of what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Nay always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave life in the downside, both with courage and with grace. Tell me about Almer. Oh, they have a joint one. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evidence that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jomur Valley. There they struggled to get by, as exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldhearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. One day during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile after paying homage at the spring of Jomur. He was stunned to find that this was none other than the one he knew as Nay from their days as adversaries in the rites. Nay was overjoyed to see him, although Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives in the downside. Not a day went by that Almer did not think about his father and give thanks to him, and speak with him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert would be there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin. Good for them. Alright, tell me about the dogs.
Concealed Avidias.
After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, we haven't seen Rookie in a long time, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces as promised. On the night of Scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomur Many-Mane himself, mustache included. When dawn finally came, it became clear the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more, and he realized many new opportunities for business awaited. He began a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was meeting demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Pamitha, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. They bonded further over a love of drink and supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling. So when the rites ended, he didn't care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a certain sense of structure that he always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites just for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. So he invented regular sports. His packmates, the Dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jomur Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. His old feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it. They now call it basketball. Look, there's nothing in here that says a dog can't play basketball. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who led such a directless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time or more was oft debated by those who watched him work. Good for him. Tell me about the snakes. Ron has his own thing? Wait, can you free Ron? Wait. What? Can you free Ron? Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Brutrude was prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. There she built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. Though they were very far apart now, she sought out news as to his whereabouts and found his actions in the Saurian Union a source of inspiration. By and large, Bertrude kept focused on her work. With her casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Bertrude continue to live up to the name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more of a living legend. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, Witchwood Mildy returned to the Flagging Hands as well, where she sealed herself within the pit of Milithy. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Some time later, the pit of Milithy erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jomur Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest flowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of the witch could be found. As for the contents of the pit, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Islok, all was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Udmildy's repeated threats of the return of Islok were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. Good riddance. Tell me of the humans. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors, one of them the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified as a liberated exile, he was believed to be Golgothanian reborn. More importantly was that one of the winged harps of the High-Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Vakani Shang. Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Ruki, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. Oh, I guess I had to be free to fulfill that. He had broken that vow, for in the end, not all of them were able to return. A terrible guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others whom he knew still lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All of the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so in turn did they oft think of him. After the final liberation rite, Lendl refused to believe the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might have another chance. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express some concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. But Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted quite forcefully that any evening now the stars would shine for him again. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there have since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives as a demon. Makes sense. How come none of the non-human races turn into demons? The imp called Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the rites. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribes, imps are native to the downside and thus care not for traveling abroad. This made them useful to triumvirates. Yet Tizo had a different calling, and the Nightwings believed that he too could play a key part in Volfred Sandalwood's plan. During the night of Scribe's return, he stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They had only heard of downside imps before from legends of Hogue the Swallow. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, representing both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with the Lone Minstrel. Tizo often missed his interactions with the Reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. He and Oralek reconciled as well. Oralek offered him free room and board, and that was that. Tizo liked riding on his shoulders. And Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time conducting the rites alongside the Nightwings, who made such sacrifices for him. Other than that, Tizo was diligent about his role as something of a living artifact and helped interpret for the messenger imps that relayed news to and fro the downside. Despite having gained significant celebrity, he never let it go to his head. Although he did take full advantage of his access to the Saurian Union's fishing industry. Good for him. Tell me of Oralek. In the aftermath of the final liberation rite, Oralek at last returned to his nation, one he had not seen in nearly 2 decades. He scarce recognized it. After all, it was in the midst of a transformation, a social and cultural upheaval sparked by Volfred Sandalwood's plan. When Oralek witnessed the people of the Commonwealth standing shoulder to shoulder and chanting together on the night of Scribe's return, he looked on in silence for a time. Then he stepped towards the crowd. A murmur and hush moved through the gathered citizens at the sight of him, for they had never seen someone thus changed by the downside. But then Oralek raised his voice with theirs, and they stood all united once again. History would know him as the Demon Doctor, a term of endearment that stuck even after his horns started to recede. He lent his skill and service throughout the birth of the Saurian Union. The one he had called the Shadow of the False Nightwings was someone whom he thought of often. He knew that he owed his freedom to him. In light of having witnessed the aftermath of Sandalwood's plan, Oralek sought out his former companion. While they kept private the details of the conversation that took place, it must have been enough to rebuild the bonds of friendship between the two of them. They were often seen together after that. Oralek later reunited with Tizo, who took residence with him, in some ways similar to how they had lived in olden times. The imp always enjoyed his company. Alone with his thoughts, Oralek would sometimes visit the memorial to the fallen leaders of the Commonwealth. Though, other than such appearances and notwithstanding his duties as master physician of the state, Oralek led a very private life. You would have guessed that he once was one of the most accomplished rites conductors in the history of the Nightwings. History, of course, shall ensure we shall not forget. Yes, Jasper Larvitar, Darren Korb did the music for, I think, all of the Supergiant games. Also did the voice of Zagreus in Hades. And presumably Hades 2, or whatever we shall see Zagreus appear in for that game. Kind of curious what role he'll play. Yeah, Darren Korb, what a legend. And Skelly, too. Apparently. When Volfred Sandalwood regained his freedom, he knew his work had only just begun. The nation that had exiled him to life in the downside now prepared to honor him, but he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined his agents with whom he had been coordinating for years, slowly, carefully preparing for a night that would soon come. For Sandalwood and his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake, not just theirs, but that of everyone living under the Commonwealth. He hoped to gather liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, this optimal scenario became impossible. But Sandalwood did not relent and prepared to execute his plan, imperfect though it was. On the night of Scribe's return, he stood as one of 6 former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together throughout the streets. These former exiles who ought have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority that night, and in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goals had been achieved. Sandalwood's work was far from over still. He labored ceaselessly with representatives from across the population to restore a sense of stability. This transitional period had its troubles, though none that were not quickly solved. Such was the will and spirit of the people. They understood their freedom carried new responsibility. After the Saurian Union was born the next year, Sandalwood was elected as the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. Write-in candidate, I guess. He led our fledgling nation throughout its nascent years. One of his allies in all this was the imp Tizo, with whom he traveled across all the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tizo as the wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future. Such was the creature's spirit. He evidently made amends with his one-time friend Oralek, with whom he clashed during their days as exiles. Oralek was instated as the nation's chief physician and became a close confidant. As Volfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout the land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, he remained ever steadfast about 2 things. First was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, on his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union presented to him a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause.
Spectacular.
When Manly Tinderstoff realized the rites had ended and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He tried to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstoff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin, to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. I'll do the minstrels last. After her liberation, Jadariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Solium Mur reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jadariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. They remained close with Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Nay, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible in the downside. Soon, she would reassure herself that Nay was very much capable of surviving on her own, and in fact, she was not mistaken. She never settled down with anyone, although from time to time she thought about Ignarius, despite herself. Wonder if neither is free, they get together. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness for the most part. Angel Dominance, thanks for the Prime sub and 22 months of support. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring brute strength. He never remained alone for very long and took on many lovers in his time. Well, good for him. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns and what had become of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. OWM says he and Jodariel will end up together if they both end up on the same side. So either side. That's cool. With the rites drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and his multicolored sausage links and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave to it one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude's and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falconron's goods are still known for their superior quality, although he assumes no liability for any side effects. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings to take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Elodial with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We know all this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union and merely were imbued with the weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims of having met this duo that had presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another simpler outcome. The two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him began to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth, always directionless, and prone to misremembering at times. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink. He showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He had made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the raider's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, he remained in exile. From that point on, accounts diverge. It is said the voice which troubled him he never heard again. Some say he helped improve the lives of other downside exiles. Though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday perhaps that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began
GG.
on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rites awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and return to his family by the grace of the scribes. They follow the stars bound to
Darren Korb on vocals. Yeah, so that's Darren singing right now.
strands in a braid till the end.
Cool. Oh, I was wondering that, Jasper. This song differs for every character we do or don't liberate.
Feels the scribes
Cool.
in the heart of the downside. She remained to the end.
Tizo prevailed, first of his lowly kind, to ascend from the downside. He has found a new home. Sir Gilman the Bold, duty bound to honor the Nightwings. He remains to the end. Amith the Thane, having pleased the scribe, seeking only forgiveness, she has found her way home. They follow the stars bound together.
He also did Rookie's voice.
Strands in a braid
And yes, the Lone Minstrel.
till the end. Bound together,
He was at Mildy too? What? I would not have guessed he was at Mildy.
Wilfred prevailed as the night wings guide, having led them to glory. He has found his way home.
The bog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end. The reader at last made the night wings whole, having bound them together. He remained till the end. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars bound together.
Tizo.
Strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
What a game. So do the lyrics change with each choice? Yeah, they do, apparently, which is really cool. The amount of possible ending permutations this game appears to have is very impressive. Almost makes you want to replay it, but probably not. The end. Casper V56, thanks for the Prime sub and 41 months. Yeah, more like look it up on YouTube, probably. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. What do you mean True Nightwing campaign mode? What? Casper V56, thanks for the Prime sub and 41 months of support. I also want to give thank you to Molkek for the Prime sub and Glazed Beef for the Prime sub. It's good stuff. As to your comment, Istra Balagina, with this game, I have now officially played every Supergiant game through to the end. I did Bastion, Pyre, Transistor, Hades, and Hades 2. Although, we're still waiting on more from Hades 2. But yeah, I played them all. They are all fantastic. I would recommend every game made by this studio. Very few studios where I'd recommend that. And I hope they continue to make awesomeness. And I hope Darren Korb continues to make music. I think it's just New Game Plus. Makes sense. And yeah, there is a versus mode. I think it's only local multiplayer, though. There's no online multiplayer. Somebody was asking how popular that would have been if there was online multiplayer, and my guess is probably not very. But yeah, I hope Darren Korb continues to do amazing work. And I'm glad that you all joined me for here the ending of Pyre. What an awesome game to, what a unique game to have played through on stream. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Always wondered what the outcome would be if you lost every final right. Yeah, I also wondered that. I also wondered that quite a bit. Well, Twitch chat, we do have some time left in the stream. I originally wanted to play some Nine Souls, but I say after all of that epilogue reading, I do not want to read anything more aloud because my throat is tired. So I'm going to play some Brotato. I think that'll be a nice little way to wind down our weekend here. Second playthrough where we intentionally suck real bad. I'm thinking about it. Probably wouldn't stream that, but I'm thinking about it. Before that happens, though, I definitely need to use the bathroom. I guess I'll leave us on the main menu of Brotato for our break here. So let's get that booted up. All right, Twitch chat, this is where I'm going to leave you on the Brotato. Single win is almost more appealing than a full set of losses. I like that, Twitch. Just one exile goes free. Who would it be, I wonder? Who would it be? All right, this is where I'm going to leave you for a few minutes while I take a quick break here. I'm going to refill the legs, stretch the water, all that jazz. Be back in a bit, Twitch chat, for some tater time. BRB. Alright, folks, we're back. It's time to unwind with a quick couple of tater runs. Let's dive right into it. As ever, switching maps each time, our quest is to eventually beat every potato on Danger 5 on both maps. Looks like we get to play Masochist in the Abyss. Masochist is definitely one of the easier characters in the game, so I expect this will go pretty well. Masochist gets a bunch of free survivability, a massive penalty to damage, but every time we take damage, we deal more damage for the rest of the wave. Makes this guy really, really good. Especially if we find any item that damages us periodically, like the blood bank or the bloody hands. Grab some elemental damage. Apparently we're going elemental build. Have to stick with elemental, but I'd like to because it's fun. Spiky Shield is also a good weapon for this character. Actually, Spiky Shield Masochist seems awesome. So I'm also going to have an Icicle. Icicle and Shield, very weird combo. I'm going to take whatever I get, though. The crate had a bag in it. That's funny. And a good reason to take a luck up, I guess. Let's grab that luck. The more luck you have, the more crates you're going to find, at least in theory. Dodge is okay on Masochist. It's definitely not great because if you don't take damage, then you don't get a damage up. But yeah, I'll update the hater command myself today, so I'm sure I'm the only one around. But the bot stuff. Sweet. Okay. That'll now accurately reflect our current potato. Well, for 3 or take +1 elemental, I'll just take the 1 elemental. That's adequate. I'll definitely take the 9 max health. And I'll definitely take a coupon. Sounds good to me. Percent damage is a bit more valuable on this character because it can let you overcome the innate penalty of Masochist. That said, it might be better to take other stats. Armor would be good. Let's roll one time. So I'll take 2 more elemental. Weird food looks good. More health from consumables. More healing is good. I guess I'll buy a plant for more regen. Currently, we don't have any lifesteal. With these weapons, lifesteal's not a very good stat. So I imagine I'd like to go pure regen. At least that's the hope. And move speed seems good. Currently we're at negative speed. That's not very good. We want to be at positive speed. Very positive. But I buy all 4 of these items and get a free reroll. We'll lock in some of that aforementioned percent damage up. He looks kind of scared. That poor Tater. He's having a bad day. Well, this bag has already given me more money than I paid for it. Good. More max health, more regen. We lose health from consumables. That's fine. What is this weapon combo? It's certainly a choice, right? I'm just kind of rolling with what I got. I'm curious if it will work. I do, in general, kind of philosophically like combining a couple of melee weapons if I'm running range weapons. Because the range weapons typically can only hit a certain number of enemies at the same time. So if you encounter a large group of enemies that your ranged weapons cannot possibly kill, like a horde wave, then the melee weapons can fix that. That said, we're fighting 3 elites, so maybe I don't need to care about that. Starting to differentiate my behavior in this game a bit, depending on the sort of stuff I'm finding. Okay, bone dice are good, because that's another source of percent damage. I like it. I'm going to roll past these 2 items. I don't remember what gets better on the shields. The armor scaling gets better. Cooldown is the same. Huh. Okay. Cure. I think the mouth will be worth it. Max health is good stuff. Hey there, Clump Fluff. You're very welcome. I assume you're talking about the Pyre playthrough. My joy to be able to bring that to people in such a fashion. Really cool game. More health from consumables, and we're kind of into negative dodge now. I'm all for it. Let's get some more max health here. First metal detector. 9% chance to double the value of a picked up material, plus 8 luck for only minus 2% damage. That is a cool item. I've never seen a cursed metal detector before. Seems like that's what you would use to find cursed pirate gold. A cursed metal detector. Hey there, Barator. I'm enjoying 9 Souls so far. I do want to play more of it. And would have today if my voice didn't need a break after all the talking in Pyre. And I was just thinking I could use a bit more armor now. Let's start stacking that. Coil can let us scale our percent damage with knockback. You know what? That's kind of cute. Let's do it. Int 82 with 26 months. Thank you for the continued support. I have exactly no dollars. Very highly successful Wave 9 overall. Blajuska, thanks for 5 months, saying thanks for being me. You're welcome. Oh, when we find a pearl. Okay. Luck scaling is go. Does that mean luck is better to take than attack speed, though? Probably not. I would like attack speed quite a lot. Cool. 10 harvesting. No, let's roll one more time. More attack speed. Perfect. I accept. More bone dice. Good. I have no idea if this is a good use of my money, but I really like getting another pearl and luck together. Seems cool. Any particular reason why I have no harvesting? I usually only take it if I get it offered it really early. Also didn't feel like I need it here. We're thinking about wanting luck as an econ stat. I don't really need to try to get two competing stats that help me. Mostly I just don't feel like I need it that much, I suppose. There we go, 10 luck. Let's do it. I'll take 9 more speed. Ball and chain. I have come to regret ball and chain every time, so let's not even bother. Although it is 5 knockback. Too bad. Ooh, bonus pierce on the icicles. That's kind of cool. Okay, I know what I just said about harvesting. However, Tractor is in a whole different league of good item. So we super buy Tractor here, as it pays for itself just in 3 waves, not to mention the experience gain. But yeah, I think the bandana... Actually, the bandana is not that good, right? Because it's only 1/4 damage on the additional pierce. We get a 10% global damage down. I actually don't want to pay 152 for that. As fun as that is, I don't think it's actually worth it. Pretty good wave. Speed up sounds good. Attack speed up sounds really good. Rosenart sounds really good because I already have a high elemental damage stat. And I directly scale my elemental damage on my weapons already. The 10% bonus damage is pretty negligible. This is mostly +8 elemental, +5 crit chance, which is quite good. Third Pearl. I will pay the, honestly, very high price for that. Realistically, I probably shouldn't. I'm going to anyway. Let's pick up this shield. Roll one last time. Range is pretty low, that's fine. Minus knockback. Bad, but worth it. 13 max health. Definitely worth it. Also fixed our range issue. I'm gonna roll, try to get luck here. There's luck. 10 luck is now... How much damage? 10 luck is 3% damage currently. Particle accelerator. Curious. I don't think I want that. Although, wait, it does scale with elemental. Hold on, this is an elemental weapon. And it does burning damage. Wait, no, I do want that. Although I probably should have waited a moment there. I thought I could afford that. Oops. That's fine. We'll just have 5 weapons for this wave. No biggie. Hey there, Leo. You're looking at Masochist. So every time we take damage, we get more damage. Which is why I am intentionally getting hit a lot at the start of each wave. Yeah, blood donation would be huge here. 10% more attack speed is also pretty dang huge. All right, we have a Giga Particle Accelerator. Good. Don't think I want Weird Ghost. Snowball, huh? I think that was unlikely to pay off, but I'll buy it anyway. Silver Bullet, meanwhile, much more likely to pay off. Alloy is good too. Snowball only needs to earn 4 elemental damage to be worth compared to something like Fuel Tank. I think it's more expensive than Fuel Tank, but that's true, actually. Speed. Oh, I'm about to take the shackles that'll cap my speed. This is really good to find right now, despite the minus lock, and I could take even more speed. Sure. Cap my speed at 41. That sounds great. Although I think I want Alloy and Silver Bullet if I want to have a chance at killing this elite. That said, 8 regen is really good. Actually, no, I'll take the 8 regen here. And more health from consumables sounds good too. Sweet. Hit me. Got him. Nice. Burning deals more damage. We do ignite with the particle accelerator, so that sounds great. Although notably, we took Frozen Heart, so our burning rate is down. That part's sad.
But I'll still take it. And I'll take 4 elemental damage, too. And I'll take 2 more elemental damage. And even more elemental damage. So yeah, Snowball's only +2 so far. Don't think I want that nail. Octopus. Oh, you mean the squid? We just don't get that many level ups from here on out. Also, I think it was lifesteal, right? I don't care about lifesteal. Sure. Definitely. Armor sounds good. More armor sounds good. Skip the mouth. Yeah, Snowball's still just +2. Does Particle Accelerator work with Ricochet? I don't think so. Good question, though. Shreds, you say? Excellent. There's our speed back, 3 more armor, 5 more crit. Perfect. So much for that lifesteal, though. -1 elemental? No way. So I'll take more crit. Crit and elemental. Perfect. Yeah, I don't want the baby squid. Somebody's mentioned the obliterator. Here's an obliterator. Compared to a particle accelerator, the base damage is much higher. It scales off of a different stat. They both have 800 range and 99 piercing. I think that's where the main similarity is. Forgot the particle accelerator was a slow as well. Slow and burning is pretty powerful. Flamethrower 4. Okay, that's actually amazing. So is Fairy. Sick. Wave 18. Collect all the bullets.
Yes, I do have the increased duration between burn ticks, but I also have the Greek fire, so I super want things to be on fire. Also, it's red. It's a cool weapon. But we'll buy the fairy first. Actually, I guess the particle accelerator will light things on fire all the time anyway. But we have Frozen Heart, so it does 10% of my elemental damage instead of 1%. It's kind of cool, actually. Wonder how much damage I can make the flamethrower projectile do. Would be a good idea to take a defensive stat up, though. Yeah, I can get 2 level ups. Yes, just barely. Fairy says, take it. 9 max health is defensive. 60 range is not defensive, but does sound useful. Alright, we lose 2 armor if I combine those. So let's recycle the icicle too. Buy this. Definitely grab the schmoop. It's +1 regen, close enough. This is also +1 regen. So is this, but don't take the weird ghost. Go wave 20. Roasty toasted. Looks like it's working pretty well. Burning is doing 200 plus per tick. It's actually going down because of the Greek fire. GG. There's W for the masochist with a very odd combination of weapons, for sure. Doesn't matter, though. Easy peasy. Back to the crash zone, where we play as... not Soldier. Brawler. Apparently I haven't won with Brawler yet. We're starting with hand over fist. It seems that's just what the rules are. I have to start with a random weapon. I can sell the hand right away, and I probably will. So I do remember a Brawler run where I think I had 2 hands for the harvesting bonus, and that was actually kind of good. So maybe I'll do that again. Especially if I can start with some harvesting. Alright, fine. Sell the fist and go all hands. Challenge accepted. Oh, I have 41 harvesting? Wait, this might work. Also gonna lock head injury here.
We have Thief Taggers at home. Right, I need some melee damage. More harvesting. Surely this will work. Okay, that's a 65 harvesting is actually a ton. For wave 3? Sure, we only do 1 damage. Think of all the entrepreneurial gains. Also, perhaps my imminent death. Unclear. Melee damage sounds good. Range also not bad. Fish Hook could help me get cursed hands? No. Unfortunately, I will be buying another fertilizer, perhaps against my own best interests. Upgrade hand. It does get a faster cooldown, as well as more harvesting. Three damage slaps. Max health sounds really good. So does damage. Any kind of damage. Six and 6 versus 9 and 3 doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We don't pick up materials very often, so I'm not going to take that. The monkey. It's allowed. Hurts are allowed. Take 2 regen, I guess. Squid seems like it could be okay here. Let's grab that. Especially if I combine it with a black belt. Good. Oh yeah, I never updated my command there. I'll try to remember to do that for the next run. Okay. Back in we go. Yeah, we're playing Brawler, who gains more attack speed with unarmed weapons, and has more dodge. We should get some more dodge. Dodge can help me live. good wave, actually. Those hands look suspiciously like feet. Oh no, I've been found out. Okay, mushroom looks good. Not goldfish. Not today. Four damage. Pacifist could never dream of such a big number. These big alien guys are going to be a problem. I don't think I can get them all. Certainly couldn't get that one. And I'm certainly not going to kill it now that it spawns. Let's try not to let more of them spawn. Dang it. I failed. Oh, this is horrible. Tempting to continue to take harvesting ups. We need speed, though. We have no speed. And I would like to do real damage. You heard me. Be a boxing glove. Just knock them all the way away. And then give me more fertilizer. Seem to be of two minds about this. We don't get very many consumables, so I'll take the alien worm here. Smacko. Take more melee. Okay. Fairy is very good. Oh, one more time. Another turret. The power. Cool. So somebody was asking, or saying, I don't know if the additional harvesting is making up for the income we're not getting from killing stuff. Well, we just ended Wave 9 with 500 materials plus 128 on the ground, which says we're making plenty of money. Which is good. Lifesteal, actually. We hit stuff a lot. I will take some lifesteal. And I guess I'll take the alien tongue for the additional regen. This is 1 max health and 1 regen. You know what? Screw it. That's also a free reroll. Oh, we get crown. We get a crown on wave 9 here. Harvesting increases by an additional 8% at the end of a wave. Yes. Give that to me. And then increase my harvesting. A crown for a king. Let's go. So now short-term survival is the main thing. We have long-term income locked in. We just got to stay alive. Wave 10 is hard, so it's not a given here. Thankfully, we have a lot of regen now. More move speed is advised as well. No. Another 500. Get some more attack speed. Are palms not really bad for late game? No, they're terrible. I was given a challenge and I'm trying to meet it. I'm not doing this because I think it's good. Just to be clear. Seems helpful. More harvesting. Speed. $27 for 3 more harvesting. Worth it. No alloy? I didn't want the minus dodge. We actually used our dodge quite a bit. I'd buy the Lost Duck, though. Get a bit of luck back. And again, 1 more regen here. From the fairy. Sure. And then this is 4 dodge and 1 regen, so also sure. Cool. All right, we have 188 harvesting. We have an elite next wave. That's going to be scary. Get in the corner where you belong. All of you. They don't want to all go to the corner. All right, fair enough. Been a hilarious wave. Love it. Piggy bank. I mean, if it's free, I might as well. Didn't I roll past these before? Weird. Honestly, minus 10% enemies kind of sounds like a helpful thing at the moment. Yes, let's buy minus 10% enemies. Guess I'll take Claw Tree. Not gonna take the alien. Roll 1 more time though. Percent damage is something I'm looking for. Give me that. Okay, just run and hide. Obviously, we're not gonna kill the elite with this build. Directly to me. Here's some dodge. I want 6 more dodge. Flaming brass knuckles would be a much better weapon than what we have. We should pick it up, but it's not a hand, so I'm not going to. Seems good. You're good. Does 2 melee damage for like 53? Sure, whatever. More knockback. Talk to the hand build. Just like a real deck that contains only Talk to the Hand would be. It's not very good. You're supposed to have other weapons. But no, all hands. Eight melee. No, we should just keep taking survival at this point. Something's wrong with this pacifist. Yes, true. Something is profoundly wrong here. Minus dodge. Unacceptable. It's 2 regen. 2 is better than 1. Seems to be fine. No longer fine. Cool. Self. Cap my speed at 4? I'd really rather not. I do want 8 regen, but let's roll. I think it's time we stop buying new hands as well, perhaps. A roll. You get 1 regen for landmines? I'll take a ritual. For 2 lifesteal. That sounds okay. Forgot to hit the piggy bank. Oh well. Okay, this is gonna get into a weird wave. This is scary. Spicy. Big arms. We get 12 melee damage and more knockback, but we get slower and we lose a little bit of regen. I'm going to recycle it, actually. I think we just want to stay alive as best we can at this point. I don't want to get too slow, though. Giga knockback? Okay, give me a whetstone, then. We don't feel the minus knockback very much. I guess free melee damage is worth it. It's free! Really like some speed. Yeah. Take 4 regen. Take 4 regen, I guess. I'll take a white flag for even less enemies. That sounds good. Enemies are horrifying. I'll take another whetstone. Now we have real lifesteal. And more regen. Yeah, early crown does some funny stuff. We're at 400 harvesting and we're not playing farmer. Please keep your distance, sirs. Melee damage? No. Tempting, though. Very tempting. It's back. Still no. Speed. That's what I need desperately. Speed. Here's more speed. Perfect. The engineering is a fun little side benefit, I suppose. Definitely leather vest, for sure. Right, final elite is you. No problem. Okay, that's horrifying. They are all red and angry now. Run in a circle to avoid the charges. They always charge in a straight line, so as long as I'm moving in a circle, I'll automatically dodge every charge. Because I'm always changing my direction. Good. Some some more regen. Don't start waves at half health, but do take schmoop. A couch. Armor and speed sounds really good. Bat for 2 lifesteal and 1 regen sounds pretty good. Cool. Let's go to wave 19. Just have to survive these last 2 waves. The boss wave will be pretty tough. Let's see, though. A bit late, Bean Teacher. Yes, 9 dodge, perfect. Adrenaline, even more perfect. We're at the dodge cap now. Convenient. That's great timing. Lantern. For a hilarious amount of knockback, let's do it. The spring was last run, unfortunately, but just sounds fun, mainly. More knockback. Alright, can you knock back the boss? No, not really. Everything else, though, goes flying. Acceptable. Let's go in the direction of the swinging thing, okay? Good talk. Massive fist. No, it's a pass a hand run. It's oddly easy so far. Although I'd say, in general, if you get a pacifist-style run to Wave 20, you've probably done pretty well. Dodge everything. Dodge the planet. And there's the buzzer. GG. GG. Challenge complete. We did Brawler with all hands in the crash zone. Good stuff. Dodge all responsibilities. Very cool to get Crown early with harvesting. That doesn't happen very often. Lich we haven't won with. I'll do a Lich run. Lich starts with 10 regen, 10 lifesteal. Chance to deal damage to a random enemy when you do heal. And damage mods are reduced by half. Honestly, I think this character is one of the ones where ignoring the gimmick is typically the correct option. That is, the gimmick being the third property here. Chance to deal 10 damage to a random enemy when we heal. Just take the free regen and lifesteal and pick up damage scaling that comes from crit chance and attack speed. And you don't have to worry about the other stuff. We're going to be starting with a ghost flint. Don't think that's going to work. Give me some dodge. Ling shots. Rock seems like a good weapon for this character. Actually, let's go rocks. I think rocks are going to be good here. Screw the ghost flint. Recycle it. The rocks are 1.5 crit. That's fine. Hatchet's good too, actually. Oh, Hatchet! Hatchet scales with our attack speed. So I don't need a damage stat. Let's go Hatchet and Rock. I think they cover each other's weaknesses pretty well, too. We want attack speed. Big time. Let's lock the beanie. What about the alien worm? Yes. Yes, max HP scales the Lich passive, so the primitive keyword is quite good. Greed. Do we want any harvesting? Go with yes. Yes, a bit of harvesting is fine. 3 range damage? No. How about more dodge? Don't want a turret. Or a medical gun. Attack speed. Copy even better than usual here. It's 10 attack speed for -1 damage. Since we have half damage mods. Yeah, Sharp Tooth does seem okay since it scales with lifesteal. Lich just gets the 10 additional lifesteal the one time. That's it. Mixed feelings on that. That is a very early piggy bank. Let us abuse that. 39 per health up is actually pretty good. Is it just damage equal to our max health? Yes. Pickup range is good. Really want the speed, although I'm tempted by 8 harvesting. I'll take the speed. Take a gecko. I want a gentle alien. I don't think I do, actually. Love this character. We have both another rock and another hatchet here. I get 1 more armor for another rock. I'm gonna go 3 and 3. Three armor. Or 6% damage? No, 3 armor. And... ooh, 1 more roll. Come on. There we go. 6 dodge. Sounds good. 3 blue hatchets. Let's up our regen some. And I like a spyglass here for cheaper rerolls, I suppose. Ooh, a wheelbarrow, sure. Let's get a big bunch of harvesting all at once. And then lock in that better hatchet. Let's try to remember that we have a piggy bank. Start using it. Gain lifesteal instead of max health when we level up. No. Need some more dodge? More dodge. Alright, in that case, I'm gonna wait to buy this hatchet. Let's go wave 9, collect money with the piggy bank here. We'll be quite fine into this wave. wave. 2 free max health, sure. 3 melee damage. Yeah, I'll take a little bit of that stat. Sounds fine. Heal when picking up material sounds helpful. Lock the rock. Okay, we got a leak coming up, so we definitely want to purchase some survival stuff here. Not the ball and chain. Butterfly's good, though. More lifesteal. Bigger, better rock. Can't buy this hatchet. Actually, yes, I can. That as well. Okay, go. I don't expect to kill this elite. Not gonna try. Wave. Take 6 dodge. Third baby gecko. That's kind of cool. Let's go wave 12. Using the piggy bank for about 100 materials of additional income per wave so far. Floating at 500. grab more move speed, because apparently I'm at -2. It's not good. What about that hatchet? -8 crit chance. Oh well. Worth it. Totally worth it. I'm gonna buy this Cyclops worm just to get my damage percent back to the positive. Now we can actually move at a decent clip. Good. If only I bought that hatchet earlier. Foolish. That's fine. We can go for third rock. Fourth rock, rather. Recycle this by the rock. Give me more defense. Purple rock is better than a white rock. Good. I don't think I need a medical turret. Okay, now I can take this, because we have a lot of max health already. Take a small damage up again. And another one from the Cyclops worm. Alien eyes are supplemental damage. Don't think I care enough. Cursed rock. +2 armor. Cool. +2 armor, +4 max health, and it does a lot of damage too. Neat. I'll take a tonic. And armor as well. Start the wave with 1 health. Wait, that's good? Question mark? I'll do it. These enemies just start dying instantly. Order is restored. Delete the horde from within. Do I dislike ghost weapons? I find them a little tough to use sometimes, but depending on the character, they could be very good. 4 armor on this thing. Wow. Sick. So we currently have 21 armor. Let me dodge. This is really good. 5 lifesteal and 20 dodge. I guess it's only 10. For -1 melee damage. Exceedingly good. Take it. We have dodge capped. We have 22 lifesteal, 24 regen. This run has definitely made me feel like I've been playing Lich wrong up to this point. Seems like there's always been a much simpler answer. Just hit him with a rock. Your respect for rock has been gradually going up. They make you really tough, and they have a huge base damage on them. Which definitely makes them reasonable. The slow attack speed is definitely an issue, but that's kind of their only problem. And the fact that they have innate armor per rock, it's a ton of survival. It's good. Play. What can I get 2 of? Double ball and chain. Double garden. It's kind of cool. Putting him on pace to kill this, so whatever. Sir Penguin, thanks for 11 months. I have tried both Darkest Dungeon 1 and Darkest Dungeon 2. Did not really like them that much, both for different reasons. Round is back. Old Bloodleech I can kind of get behind. That's 4 more regen, 4 more lifesteal. We're done with harvesting? Sure, I'll take that doubled. Bad Tomato. You know, that actually might be an upside here on Lich. Maybe. crit cursed blood leech. It's kind of cool, actually. Sack speed. And not sounds good. 15 max health. Also a little bit of plus damage. 7.5%. Only one of my weapons could be improved at all, and I don't mind skipping that. It wouldn't be as good as 15 max health. Grab some attack speed, grab a whole bunch more regen. Love the fairy, wherever it appears. It's our last wave. Wait, Dextroyer. I've never seen this item. Legendary Explosive. Does damage that scales with our melee damage and engineering. 50% chance to explode on a hit. Hitting an enemy spawns a lightning projectile that bounces 5 times. So it's like a legendary exploding thunder sword. That's cool. Unfortunately, we can't afford it, and even if I could, I have, well, the knots. What's the highest level I've been? By wave 20, I think my highest is level 37 or something. Absolutely broken? It looks like it is broken. Definitely looks strong. Interesting that it scales with engineering. And elemental. That's a weird weapon. Feels bad to roll past it, but that's where we're at. No, I could have had a red rock. Fine. Terrible. Nice, give me an armor. Alright, go wave 20. Seem to be invincible. I got one of them. Take it. Well, GG. That run was rock solid. Yeah, one of those runs where we couldn't die even if we wanted to. Now we have the tentacle unlock from the Lich. It's a pretty good item. It's kind of weird to play without it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, Twitch chat, I think that's all the time I have for us today. Dinner is calling me. Thank you for hanging out. It was awesome to finish Pyre today. Awesome to get a few Brotato runs in. Next week, we attempt to build a new streak in the Spire. Plus, more of the usual variety mix. I think it'll be a good week. Oh, actually, next week is going to be a short week of streams. I'm going to be off on Friday and Saturday next week, I just remembered. So, we'll just have a few streams of fire and variety. Really buried the hatchet with those bosses. Ha. See you later, Ripnator, the Black Lava the Cat, Terror Incognita, the Golyo, Illashane, Bye Birdie, Side Quester, Obadiah the Slim, Dark Twinge, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, my friends, stay cozy and have a good one. Toodaloo.